middle of there.
Well, hello everyone. Glad you guys could make it on short notice. I didn't work today because it's been pouring down rain, so I was a bit bored, and got with my Kelly girl here, and you know what? Let's just go out and talk to people and answer some chat questions and let you guys, you ladies and gentlemen, spew what you feel. Because you know what? I really couldn't bear to watch any other channel, any reputable channel.
Right.
I could watch them, but I couldn't watch some of these others that we've covered. To me, it was just a knife in the gut feeling that I got when it was obvious that these people that have been spewing all of these lies and all these crazy theories post arrest. Let me cover that a little bit. Because for what was it, 46, 48 days, something like that we went from the day of to the day of arrest, the day of the event to the day of the arrest. I think it was 46 or 48 days, something like that. So we didn't know. And you know what? All of these channels got along and we were all doing the same thing. I was a guest on the channel, but they were all doing the same thing. It was a whodunit, right? It was a real whodunit. Why was it done? We knew nothing. We had Jack D and Jack S, one of which was, the obvious suspect at the time because he's the estranged boyfriend. Nowhere to be found, not answering his phone for hours. Some weird stuff was going on. And Jack S, he was at the food truck. We had compelling videos showing him kind of lurking in the background. The girls were there. He was back there watching them. It was some sus stuff, right? I mean, it was, wow, this is crazy. Now, there was a time where it was, is it Jack S or Jack D? Which one of the two could it be?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are people that were almost certain, right, Kelly, that it was one of those two.
Yeah. I mean, and especially first thing you think is the spouse or the boyfriend.
Right. Well,
And I mean, Jack S,
that's it.
he was
That's the
just
fact.
watching over the girls, making sure they were safe, but the way you see it with no
And I believe that because
context.
he was friends with all of them, and he was friends with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
So and we don't know the dynamics surrounding Kaylee and Jack's breakup or what have you. Obviously, she was missing him because she was trying to call him all night.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know. We didn't know. We still don't know the dynamic behind their relationship. We don't know if they were broke up or back together or what the deal was. Sounds to me like, he was a great boyfriend and something happened. I don't know. And they needed a timeout. And that happens in relationships, especially when you're not married and you're just dating and you're young. A lot of times you take
And in
timeouts because,
college.
you're in college.
You're trying to find your way, what you're gonna,
right,
which way you're gonna go in life. Yeah.
And then there was so much suspicion on everyone close to the girls and Ethan. I mean, there was even a rumor flying around that Ethan got in a fight with somebody and that person is, seeking revenge. I remember all that. Then there's the two Daves. Let me cover that for a minute because it seems like that is being thrown in my face as I'm some kind of a homophobe or something crazy like that. Well, if you guys remember right, it was all over the place Thank you, Karen. It was all over the place that these two individuals that were part of the frat were caught allegedly by Ethan or someone in the house in that bedroom, that spare bedroom, doing an act. So, of course, that is all over the place. Do you recall that, Kelly? I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
It went from the Jacks to the Daves. One of the
Oh
Daves had to
gosh,
do it
yes.
because they're part of the frat. And if that was the case, then, and I said very, very poignantly, I said, well, you are in Idaho, which is, there's a lot of good old boys in Idaho, and they'd like to hunt, and there's a lot of rednecks in Idaho that like to do that
Sure.
stuff. And, honestly, I'm just being candid with you. They don't like that type of conduct. So what did I do? I referred it to the movie Brokeback Mountain,
Right.
where, if you recall, the two characters were, into each other, but they didn't want anyone to know. And it was a bad scenario. And to be honest with you, I never watched the movie, but I know enough about it to know what it was about.
It was a simple analogy.
So I said, this would be some real Brokeback stuff. If that were true, it would
Yeah.
absolutely 100% be a motive
Right.
for someone to commit a heinous act like Red Rum.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if a whole house knew about it, and they were being made fun of allegedly or what have you. So what did I do on that show that I was a guest on? I had a feeling that at the time, based on the views that the show was getting, that the locals there were actually watching this show. And there had been some indicators earlier on that people that were close to the situation were actually watching a show. There were some chat comments made, and I thought they were rather sus to me that, hey, these actually could be people from the event. So what I said was, look, this rumor is getting out of hand. If it were me and I was one of those individuals and this stuff is being spewed all over the place, that's an absolute lie, I would get a hold of the show, whatever show it was, come on to chat or make a phone call or something, and I would blast them. I would tell them, no way, it's not true. That's it. And you know what? Crazy. Call me psychic, call me whatever, call me psycho, whatever you want to do.
You're a good read.
But you know what? Within a minute, somewhere around there, bam, one of the Davids responded and said, look, I'm telling you that it's not true, and I'm tired of it. We're both tired of it. We're all tired of it. These lies being spewed, or basically, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he basically vehemently denied any involvement like that. He's basically got a girlfriend and he's not into that. And he wanted us to stop, everybody to stop talking about it because it was not true. You know what I said? I said, well, there you go. I believe him. We don't need to talk about that anymore. Thank you, Dave. And we didn't. Never uttered another word. And I thought that was pretty cool, actually. We actually had someone involved, allegedly. And there's no way for me to vet that. But why would anybody do that? But you know what? I believe that that was him. Hold on a second. So I'm being called a bigot and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, bye-bye. So now I'm a bigot. I'm deflecting. What am I deflecting? I'm deflecting because I'm bringing up something that actually happened. And I'm not dancing around how it happened, why it happened. I thought it was pretty cool that that happened. And I believe down in my heart that he was relieved because we ended it. And it was really not even discussed anymore as a possible theory. So is that because that day we did that? I don't know. I'll take credit for it though, because I do believe that. And there was a time in those 46, 48 days, I don't remember. I haven't done an exact count. Somebody will tell me though. Where everything was fair game. There were things said by every creator who had their own theory. I had a theory, and of course, my theory was that Jack D was pretty much looking like a pretty good suspect, and Jack S was my second. That's all we had. Police were still looking for the Elantra, which at this point, very early on, I believe they already had the Elantra. That's why I believe that other Elantra that was found crashed on the side of the road. Where was it? Where was that at? What state was that in? Where was that Elantra found? I don't even remember now. You're muted.
Sorry. Oregon.
Oregon. Yeah, it was Oregon. And you know, that creator that I was a guest on a show sending me messages. Look what they found. He's sending me. I'm working. I'm like, look, dude, that's not the car. I'm telling you, I think it's the car. I said, that's not the car. Why do you think that? Well, A, there's somebody just walking around videotaping it and talking to you. B, he's saying it's been there for a couple days. Telling you it's not the car. Car was actually in a wreck. It's pulled over to the side of the road. The insurance companies come out to look at it. They're waiting to tow it to a rotation record service. It's out of the way. It's in a non-traffic impeding area. So they're just waiting on the record to come get it. It's totaled. We looked at it close, zoomed in on there was a couple stickers on the back. You know, we entertained whether it could be or not. And I said, there's no way that's the car. And he asked again. He kept insisting. You know, I was disagreeing. I said, it's not the car. You know why it's not the car? Because they already have the car. You can go back and look. I said it. I said, I'm telling you right now, they know where the car is. And then I believe it was a day, maybe 2 days later, bam. Hi, Katie. People are like, I can't believe it caught alive. You know, this is spontaneous. Like I said, it's been raining actually for the past 2 days here. So I'm a little bored. And I just wanted to come on and let all of you wonderful people chat. And we're gonna start addressing some of you in chat. If you have some comments you want to make, we'll read them. I'll have to slow chat down because the other night, I couldn't keep up. Do you know that the other night we had, now that the numbers came out, almost 6,000 comments.
in the live chat.
In the live chat. It
You
was
guys are awesome.
58 and change. My analytics just came out. That
Our
is
subs are
amazing,
awesome.
you guys.
Yeah. They're so
And also,
intelligent.
I want to bring up something. They're attacking me now because I didn't even know. This is how I don't care about it. I didn't even know we were monetized yet. I knew that we
Yeah,
would get monetized.
I know. I was like,
And
"Woo!"
my son actually went in because he gets my emails too, and he clicked the button and he went to school that morning. So I didn't even know that we were monetized. And all of a sudden I'm getting super chats. I'm like, you know, Kelly made the announcement. We got our first super chat. And I'm like, oh, wow, really? That's how much I cared about it.
Yeah, I had no
But of
idea.
course,
It was so
I'm
cool.
now from somebody sent me a quote that, oh, now he doesn't want anybody making money, but he can make money. No, I've never said
What it's
that.
about.
Never said that's not what it's about. Do you think that these people that have these channels don't get monetized at some point and get paid on their commercials and get paid on that? Absolutely. This stuff isn't free, y'all. I've got over
Right.
$8,000 invested to be able to start this show.
And that doesn't even include the monthly fees that you gotta pay to have
Yeah,
the
and that's
programming and
yeah,
stuff.
I've got fees. I didn't have this badass computer that I have now. I just had a little, you know, laptop in my phone.
Mhm.
I had to buy all this stuff. I'm not saying no one should pay. Nobody pay me for that stuff. I'm just telling you that
Yeah.
it's not free. But you're not going to see me spew lies
Yeah.
and create fictional, because that's what it is. It's fiction. It's like you go to these shows and you watch fiction. It's almost like you're reading a novel or a book, a fictional novel or book. It's not nonfiction, it's fiction. We preach nonfiction over here. That's the facts. And to be attacked because I became monetized because I hit 1,000 subs, go for it, y'all. I don't care. But you're not going to see me say, "Oh, I need money to pay my internet bills. I need this, I need that. My water's getting shut off." You're not going to see any of that from me. If people want to send in super chats because they like what they're seeing, I did it all the time. I did it multiple times. I probably got $500 in super chats in the past year. But what I won't do is I won't jump on the craziness bandwagon and create misleading lies that are geared toward nothing more than disdain for law enforcement and our criminal justice system in general. Because that's what they want. Do any of you absolutely believe that that's productive? I don't. It's so counterproductive considering what our country's going through right now. It's unbelievable. And it's like True Crime just said, tragedy pimps. That's what they are. They're tragedy pimps. And in reading a lot of your comments, I was going through them last night, and I was just so excited to know that there are still good people, not only in America, but on the globe, that actually see things for what they are. And if you go look at these creators, we have the data to support it. A lot of them have very extensive criminal histories. A lot of them are, in fact, on disability. Now, am I saying anything bad about anyone on disability? Hell to the no. But what I think is bad is when creators that are on disability are making well beyond the threshold that they should be making, yet still collecting that check. That actually pisses me off. And it should piss you off because you're paying for it. You think those funds are just the government just gives them to them? No. That comes from you and me. Workers' comp stuff, we pay for that. We pay for it in the price of the goods that we purchase every single day. There's fraudulent people out there, unfortunately. Everybody's looking to get a leg up on somebody. You know, figure out how to beat the system and be able to sit at home and collect that check. But you know what? I can also start this YouTube thing, this gig, and I can get paid a lot of money. And you know what? I can just entertain all of these people that come in with their crazy theories, and I can agree with them and patronize them. And, you know, we can create entire shows around them, and they can become characters on the show. Why not just name it what it is? Fiction with so-and-so, fiction with so-and-so here. Just fiction. Why not just call it what it is? If you want to go to a show like that and be entertained and laugh, just call it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I got to give, you know, y'all are probably going to get mad at me. And this creator, I've been on him pretty hard here lately because he's one of the people that I'm discussing. But I got to give him some props. Now, whether he's genuine or not, or at the time he was just saying it to get more money, I don't know. But if he is genuine, I've got his comments saved from a couple of his last shows, and the show, you know, after our interview, where he, and it's Dago, where I think he grew a conscience.
Hopefully.
I actually think he grew a conscience. I could see it in his face when I kept saying, what if that was your son, or one of those were your son or daughter, Dago?
Mm-hmm.
And I could see in his face that he was taken back. Because how quickly do we forget that just because the victims are gone doesn't mean there's not other victims. Doesn't mean that their family and their friends don't have to hear this garbage every day and relive it every day because some creators out there are just spewing absolute garbage. It's just not my cup of tea. But I think, I can't quote Dago exactly, but I did watch this morning a little bit of his tribute, and he basically said, we got to do better. We can't entertain this kind of stuff anymore. Because maybe him watching last year's tribute because that's what he was watching at the time. Maybe he grew a conscience. Don't know what happened at this year's tribute, which I haven't watched, by the way. I'm probably going to watch it tonight or tomorrow because I really don't know how I'm going to feel when I watch it, because I'm a parent first. Before anything in my life, my kids come first. I have 5.
Mhm.
I have a 33-year-old, a 31-year-old, a 22-year-old that's a minister, a 19-year-old, and my 15-year-old and my 19-year-old. I have one girl,
Yeah,
and she's
precious.
my little girl.
Hmm.
And I couldn't imagine the outright hatred and anger and wanting to get revenge that I would have if someone took a K-bar knife and ended my daughter's life.
I'd lose it.
They wouldn't have been, I would have been quiet. I would have been there when they pulled him out of the wagon. And I'm still pretty quick for a 55-year-old man. I tell you right now, it would not have been good for Mr. Kohlberger.
Yeah.
Because I have enough. All of you people out there, I have enough. I believe in the investigation. I believe 100,000% that Brian Kohlberger is guilty. I have no doubt in my mind. I would bet everything I own on it. Because I believe that we have great people working together, multi-jurisdictions. I've rubbed elbows with some of these people. And for some of these creators to automatically start throwing words like corrupt, that corrupt department, that corrupt officer, that corrupt this, corrupt that. And I'm going to repeat what I've said multiple times. I don't think people realize how hard it is today to be corrupt in law enforcement. I don't think anyone can fathom how hard that it is. And the likelihood that there would be an entire department that's corrupt. Now, if you take some in the sticks department with, 10 sworn officers, that can happen. And that has happened, and it still happens. But we're not talking about some podunk little police departments here. We're talking about, the Idaho State Police, Moscow PD, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, Kelly, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Sorry, trying to mute out the background noise. It also spans multiple states: Washington,
Yeah.
Idaho, and Pennsylvania.
And I was going to name the agencies, but
yeah,
you've also got the campus police from both campuses. You've also got, Washington State Police.
mm-hmm.
You've got
FBI,
the Pennsylvania, all the agencies over there. So am I to believe? Thank you, David Edwards. He says, I love your channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And so am I to believe that each and every one of these agencies they're going to conspire together, not to mention the entities that are handling the DNA. We're going to all conspire together to set this one man up. For what? When I was interviewing Kim, I asked her, why would they do that? And do you remember what her answer was, Kelly? Because they wanted to protect their kids and families.
Oh, yes. Disgusting.
Really?
Yeah. She really did start all this stuff.
Yep, I think Kim was the catalyst for
Mhm.
all of this stuff. I do believe that she is extremely concerned, because I do believe that she does have children at Wazoo. I believe that, and I confirmed it. I have her information. I know all who she is. I've got family pictures of her and her siblings. I don't know, and her children. I don't know if those are all her bio kids. I didn't go that far. Maybe she's a Brady Bunch type family. I don't know. She does have 7 within her family. So what parent wouldn't be concerned? What parent wouldn't be paranoid to have their children, potentially exposed to something like that? What parent wouldn't be concerned that, once we did find out that BK was a suspect, wouldn't be concerned with the personnel not doing their job in a background check and the psych evals to allow someone like that on their staff? Remember, he's a psych major. He knows how to play the game. So you can't really blame them, because all the indicators may not be present. But to spew the lies that she spewed, it was pretty bad. And these channels that are now backpedaling and saying, "Oh, we didn't believe a word she said." Yeah, really? How many thousands of hours have been spent on this horrific person, discussing her and her theories? Amy Terry, thank you. I'm still here, but I have to work while listening. I can't resist the great chat, but have to. Haha. Good to see you all. Thank you, Amy Terry. So, why in the world was she entertained? Not for days, not for weeks, but for months. Even after the interview that I did with her, that was very nice, by the way,
Mhm. Yeah.
revealed the most obvious lies, and the fact that she was an obvious liar and a person who constructed stories as I talked to her. She was constructing stories. I thought, and when I said to her in the end, I said, "Hey, Kim, can I do you a favor?" "Yeah." "How about you close your eyes, you put your head on your pillow, and you go to sleep tonight? Because there is nobody else." "Really?" "That's right." "Well, I think I might try that so I can get some sleep." That should have been it. That should have ended her. But no, I almost think it had the opposite effect. It blew me away that after that, when I know, because people talked about it, and I know they watched that show and that segment.
18,000 views.
Yeah, that quick, it had 18,000 views.
Mhm.
Many of which were all creators, because we all watch each other.
Mhm. Right.
But to have that person be debunked and then see her out there and people making money off of her,
Tons.
because that is what it's all about. I don't have a problem with any of these creators making money. I don't. Because you're providing entertainment. Everyone that provides this entertainment, for the most part, puts thought into it. Sometimes I just sit down like I did today and say, hey, you know, we're going to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still getting paid. As long as you're not getting dirty money, I'm cool with that. But to those that are getting dirty money, because that's what it is, it's tragedy money based on fictional stories and interviews and entertaining crazy people.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what it is. It's just entertaining crazy people, or people that just want to be so outlandish and say the most ungodly things.
Like to be liked, to get fame. I don't know.
To get
It's
attention,
crazy.
fame, and for an entertainer, a creator, to take that person and put her on a pedestal just blows me away. And to see the money that was made on her, on the backs of four brutally red-rummed people. They're people for no apparent reason. Sickening to me.
It is.
And no one has held or is, well, I can't say no one. There's a couple really good shows out there that I really like. You go ahead and plug one for me, Kelly, right now. And I want you guys to go to her show because she's awesome. Go ahead. Who are we talking about?
Masshole Report. Yeah, Masshole Report.
Masshole Report's very good. And
Hate, she's awesome. And Checkmate Humanity. Lynn. I said
Checkmate,
her name was
Checkmate
Laura.
Humanity. I
Yes,
want you guys
Lynn.
to both go check those two out because we're on the same page.
Yep. They're good people just trying to right wrongs.
And Checkmate Humanity, she's incredible. Lynn, I really like her. Very,
So
very, very,
intelligent.
very,
She's
very, very, very. This lady should be working
classy.
for a major news network. She is awesome.
Yeah.
Very, very, very to the point. Factual.
Yeah.
Doesn't go off on little tantrums like I do.
We gotta do it.
But I'm just being real, y'all.
Different is good.
She puts it together and puts it out there, and then she's done.
Yeah.
I like to engage a little bit too much sometimes, and I get off topic. But I'm real, and if anyone doesn't like that, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do better. But I think being unique and real is important.
Yeah.
But I wanted to start today off with this, unannounced show with just my thoughts on what I've witnessed for the past day and a half, 2 days. And you'll see it in my title. How dare they? How dare they act like they care now? Do you not have a conscience?
No.
They're all opportunists. That's what they are. They seized an opportunity to create a show and make money. And backstroke now on, oh, it's about the families, these poor people, and we just want the truth. Bullcrap, people.
The truth is in the court documents.
They've got the truth. They just don't have the details.
Well, they keep
They have the
watching.
truth.
They only look at the defense. You know?
I promise you, each and every one of you, in the end, here's what's going to happen. Once we get around to opening statements by the prosecution are going to be epic. I can guarantee you that after you hear the opening statements, if you were on the fence at all, you'll hop off that fence, because the opening statements are going to be epic. And here's what's going to happen, and you guys can rewind this and play it when it does actually happen and say, you know what, DJ was right again. All of these creators are going to start saying, and they're starting to actually say it now, post me addressing them. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I always thought, I always hoped, I always prayed that he was the one. He was the guy. That they had the right guy. But I just didn't have enough to say, convict, because just didn't have enough. That's what they're going to do. I promise you. And then all of a sudden, they'll take a 180-degree turn and they'll be, yep, I knew it. I knew it. I just needed to hear a little bit more, but I've always known it. They're laying the foundation now and saying, well, you know, we might want to entertain that BK could actually be the one that did this. It's pretty disgusting. Predictable. Because you know what? They already made their money. They made their money on WSU Kim. That's why they're all of a sudden debunking her. It's comical, everyone. It's dirty. It's what it is. It's nasty, disgusting, unethical filth. Now, I haven't seen old, what's his name? Tommy, whatever his face is. I haven't seen the show yet, but I've got like 10, 12 emails. You wouldn't believe what he's saying right now. You wouldn't believe it. So I got to go on and watch it. But that guy, wow. Karen, thank you. Karen says, I think they have the knife. You know what? Remember, item number one knife, no description. I am the only one that pointed that out when that was released. But it just makes no sense to me. Now, is that the knife? I don't know. It just makes no sense to me why there's 30 some odd items on that page alone. And the number one item, which is, you know, when you write a search warrant, that search warrant application to the judge would have indicated that they were looking for a K-bar knife or any weapons relative, which is why they took other knives, which they described, by the way. All the other knives were described. Not that one. Number one item one knife struck with a line. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they describe that knife? Now, I'm purely going to, just speculate here because there are a couple reasons. That knife would go on another supplemental page to be submitted to the lab, and the description would go on the supplemental page, full out describing the knife, 7-inch K-bar knife, brown handle, whatever it says, brown leather handle, what appears to be red staining. They'll do a fine test for the presence of, blood right there. They don't want to, take any DNA. They'll send it to the lab. It's just like the knife sheath, y'all. The knife sheath, people are saying there's no blood on the knife sheath. Who said? Who said there's no blood on the knife sheath? Kelly, did you ever hear anyone? Did you see any documents that said there was no blood or other DNA on the knife sheath?
It just said single source male DNA on the button. It didn't say whether there was anything else.
On the button. The easiest place from that sheath to retrieve the DNA would be from a non-porous, non-porous substrate, which would be metal, glass, plastic, things like that aren't porous. Porous would be things that will absorb stuff like a sponge, cloth, leather knife sheath. On the scene, they likely wouldn't try to retrieve DNA off of the sheath on the scene. They would submit it and send it out, as they would with the snap, the whole sheath and everything. But these people want you to believe that the sheath was planted, the DNA was planted in a knife sheath, button snap, male, female end. Now, I don't know about you people, but if I'm going to set somebody up, I'm going to lay down a hell of a lot more DNA than that. There's going to be DNA in the car. There's going to be DNA at the apartment. There's going to be DNA everywhere. Now, somebody will eat me up on that. Oh, he knows how to set people up. He just explained it. You watch. They'll take my words and they'll twist it like I'm a crooked cop. That's what they'll do. I promise you. But I would suspect that knife sheath, which was held by him, had blood on it and had other DNA on it. Just a guess. This case isn't that difficult, y'all. The problem with this case is we have a gag order. And the gag order has backfired a little bit, and it's created this big monster that we have today. And that's disinformation. I wish I had the data through YouTube to actually come up with a number of how much money has been made on this case. Tragedy pimping. Both good side and bad side, just in general. But I would be more interested on the bad side. Am I pro law enforcement? You're damn right I am. I'm blue through and through. Are there bad cops out there? Yep, there are. Was the evidence planted in this case? I would say absolutely not. But that's perception today, y'all. All cops are crooked. They beat people. They plant dope on people. They plant evidence. They plant all kinds of stuff because that's what we do. I went to work every day, got in my car, drove around and just said, look, I want to plant some dope on that guy right there. That's what I want to do. People actually believe that. Why would I do something like that? Why would any career law enforcement police officer do something like that? They wouldn't. Not worth it. Especially today. Because if you think for one moment that IAD, which is Internal Affairs Division, they are to police the police. So when they have a bad cop and they're getting continual complaints on that cop, let's say, for instance, I remember we had a cop at one time that it seemed like every time he would process somebody, they'd file a complaint that they were missing some cash or missing some jewelry or something like that. So I was tasked to help IAD out one night and set him up. And we did. It was a reverse sting we were doing. We purposely pulled him off the street and made him drive the paddy wagon, which would happen. So we're rounding him up. We had a UC and we put her out there. He helped process her, took some jewelry from her, a diamond ring, and some cash. $120 was missing. And of the jewelry, the diamond ring was missing. TO'd it with IAD and we fired him. That's the way it's supposed to work. But then you'll have people say, oh, they protect their own. No, not anymore. Maybe in the past. But a cop going down the road speeding in another city is less likely to get a break than just a regular citizen. Did you know that? You know why? Because sure enough, if they give that cop a break, that body cam footage will leak out. News media will find it. The officer that pulled him over will get scolded. The department gets scolded. And all of a sudden, there's preferential treatment. So to be honest with you, it doesn't happen anymore. There's no professional courtesy amongst law enforcement anymore because of body cams. Am I to say that it never happens? No, I'm not going to say it never happens, but it's a lot less likely to happen today. So why did I want this show today? I just wanted to address those things, and I want, if I could get anybody to come on this short of notice, which we've got well over 100, please hit that like and subscribe, guys. Helps get the algorithm out there, and we can spread the word. So if you're in here now and you've never thought to hit the like or subscribe, you just like watching the show, if you subscribe, you'll never get contacted. That you won't get emails, you won't get anything crazy. Nothing will ever come
No.
to you. You just subscribe, and it helps us get the algorithm up. And then you hit like, and then that tells YouTube, hey, we need to, when somebody puts in true crime, we need to, here's a good show that somebody might like to watch. That's what it does. So the like button is the thumbs up, and the subscribe button is right there as well. You know, I never anticipated actually starting this show. And as a guest on another show, I kept getting, comments. DJ actually gave my email out one day for somebody to send me, and I started getting, people were jotting it down. I was getting email after email. DJ, you don't need him. Start your own show, blah, blah, blah. And,
Yep.
I started considering it, but, I'm not like these kids today. I just can't sit down and set up StreamYard. And, these kids today that do gaming, my son did, help me with this. It was like he's done it 1,000 times. He's never done it before.
Mhm.
But he was able to navigate through everything a lot quicker than I could.
Yeah.
He's 15, and he's a computer engineer basically already. He knows IT like you wouldn't believe. He can pull information like that. So these
He's
people that come
brilliant.
in and lay this stuff out, and say nasty things, I can get them handled pretty quick. But I started this show because, and I alluded to it earlier, I'm a father. I'm also a fighter. Figuratively and genuinely, I fight. You saw me messing around with that MMA dummy. I used to grapple with it all the time. I don't do it as much anymore. But I'm going to start again. Life gets in the way of things sometimes. And having 5 kids, got one in college right now that is going to be a nurse. Very proud of her. Tanner's going to be something within science, probably a marine biologist. I want him to be, Tanner, I know you're listening. I want you to be a nephrologist or a, something like that, because I get kidney stones like crazy. I've been battling them since I was 6 years old. I'm like, son, one day, whoever comes up with a fix for chronic kidney stones, calcium oxalate stones, which is what I get. Uric acid stones, they have a pill for, but calcium oxalate stones, they don't, and they're debilitating. And I have
They hurt so bad.
I have stage 3 CKD because of them. So they're taking a toll on me.
Yeah.
But having 5 kids and understanding what it could potentially have felt like to be one of those parents, and to watch all of this garbage being spewed daily about one of my children and their friends, it infuriates me, because they're defenseless. They're helpless. They're hurting. It's just not right, y'all.
Yeah.
So people are going to try, they've tried to attack me from the day that I announced I was starting my, because I knew. They knew what I was going to be about, and they feared what I was going to be about.
Yeah.
They feared it. They feared the potential that I was going to call them all out. They didn't know how far I would go. but I'll go to the depths of hell. I will.
Mhm.
I don't care. I don't care about you. Pathetic creators. I don't care about you. You're the garbage, the bottom of the barrel. I know what you are. I know who you are. I know what you're all about. You're nothing but a bunch of fraudulent career criminals. That's a general statement, but I can prove it. And when I say career criminals, I'm not talking about, somebody was arrested for shoplifting, or someone was arrested for peeing on the sidewalk. I'm talking about career criminals that have taken the opportunity. Robert Belt, thank you very much. That have taken the opportunity to utilize this platform that YouTube has given them to defraud people. Because that's what they're doing. Some of those people will say, well, if I want to give my money to them, that's my prerogative. Are you giving your money to them because it's your prerogative? Are you giving your money to them because you believe what they're saying? There's a difference to me. Because if you believe the nonsense that they're pushing, then that's telling me that you're extremely naive and you're being taken advantage of. That's just my opinion. One of these creators, I got an email from a former mod that just laid it all out for us. Said that 90% of the subscribers were old, retiree, female,
Elder.
elder. Yeah, the word was elder.
Yeah. I like that word better.
Yeah, I do too, because I'm getting old.
Yeah.
And they were most all on disability or SSI. And they would often say, hey, I can't afford to give you money now, but when I get my check at the end of the month. So what do these creators do? They create their best shows, their longest shows, toward the very end or beginning of the following month. You know who else does that? Evangelist.
Yeah.
They do the same exact thing. Especially these TV evangelists, you see.
Yeah.
They have something they want to support with money, and they push it at the end or the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. And I didn't really put that together till I was in fraud, when I had to work fraud cases, and I had a seasoned detective tell me that, and I was like, wow, you know what? I never even thought about that. But it's a tactic that all of these so-called subscribers use. Now I'll get, he's anti-Christian. No, I'm Christian 100%. And my belief is, and my son's a minister, and he and I debate back and forth. But I've always said, if you got to have security working the front door of your church, and you want people to believe it's because somebody with a gun might come in, that's not true. Because my church wanted me to do it. And I'm no longer a member of that church, but Hey, if anybody comes up that's, off the street, just don't let them in the front doors. Just direct them around the back. Was actually told that. We had a special door around the back that they were to go to, and they would take the monies that the congregation would give. Oh, we're helping the poor. We're helping the homeless people. You know where they go? They go to Dollar Tree. They'd take $100 Dollar Tree. You can buy a lot of little snacks and stuff in Dollar Tree, and then they would pack it all in that back room and hand it out. Is that doing something for the community? Yeah. But it's tax-free, and perception is perception. If you're helping the community, do good. But if you do the P&L, profit and loss, you add up the numbers, still 98% pure profit. That's something else. Don't want to get into that because I believe in God, believe Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. I believe in all of that. But I also believe that if Jesus Christ were to walk into the doors of my previous church, and a lot of churches like it, he had the power to shut them down. He would shut them down right then.
Yep.
Because Jesus Christ, as we know him, would not be able to walk through those doors. He would be accosted by a guy like me working security for the church.
Mm-hmm.
This is really no different.
No, it's not.
Just an opportunity to steal from people. That's what it is. And again, it's like I said, if people are entertained and they feel good about it, and then the cause is good, and they feel like, you know what, I'm going to do a super chat because I really like what I'm being told. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're liking fiction and lies that hurt people, you might want to rethink that. So, do you have anything, Kelly?
I just couldn't watch anything yesterday. I really had a tough time. Good or bad. I just so worried about the people in Moscow and Pullman, and how these YouTubers are affecting them. And it's horrible. They should be having the time of their life in college, looking for their dreams, whatever path they want to travel in the future. They should be able to have that. I hate what
we
they're doing.
have a person on this team, Patty, who actually lives right there.
Mm-hmm.
She has 2 granddaughters that have attended. One's in school at WSU right now, and the other one graduated. I believe she graduated from there. I know she went there. She's now also, her oldest granddaughter is also a gymnast coach.
Yep.
She coaches gymnastics, and she's a school teacher, as was Patty. And the other one is, had dreams to go to Wazoo and, following her family's footsteps. But she's withdrawing. Evidently, her mother's very upset about that. And
it sucks. These kids.
She's withdrawing and going to another school because it's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
People are walking around sticking microphones in people's faces or cell phones and trying to record them all the time. And she, I don't know.
Can't even go to the grocery store.
Can't go to the grocery store. Can't do anything. There's nothing wrong with, trying to figure out what people are thinking, but it gets old after a while. There's no responsibility anymore, no accountability for these so-called reporters. I don't even know. Can you just get a mic and walk out there and call yourself a reporter today? Apparently that's how it is. Because that turtleneck guy, whatever his name is, he's an award-winning journalist.
He's unhinged.
That's what he says. He says, I'm an award-winning journalist. You know what? From what we could find, he's nothing more than a podcaster that had a sports channel, and he got an award from the local high school or something for covering their high school football games. So now he's an award-winning journalist. Allegedly, that's all we can find. But can somebody answer, are you a journalist just because you're a journalist? Don't you have to have some sort of credentials and go to communications and journalism school or anything? Can you just call yourself a journalist or a reporter? I think that's what it's come to today.
Yeah.
It's just like sitting down in this chair behind this screen and pulling this mic down to my face. I can become whatever I want. Tad said, bro, still won an award, I guess. Well, yeah, you're right. He's not lying. But if that's what the award was, I'd say he was exploiting it a little bit. Don't you think there, Tad?
Mm-hmm.
I think that he would be exploiting that because it's, again, it's perception. It's just like the people that sit down in this chair behind the screen, behind this mic, that start talking about and breaking down legal documents. People will watch them and believe that they have credibility because they're here.
Yeah.
So they must have been some kind of in law enforcement or an attorney or something, but they never ask the questions. They just listen to the creator. And perception is they must be something, especially the older generation, because they're used to sitting down behind a TV. And, if they watch a news channel and they have a commentator come on that says, this is, former judge or former law enforcement. Well, that goes in one ear, out the other. They just listen and they agree that this person has to be legit. That's what this is all about. Perception. Liars. If you don't tell somebody something and it's perceived that that person is something different, is that a lie? So if I lead you to believe that I'm a judge based on the leading answers that I'm giving you, and someone says, hey, this guy, he was a great judge, and I don't correct that person, is that a lie? I think so. 6 up. Why did you make fun of gay people, DJ? How do you think your gay audience feels about that? That Blue Yeti mic, $100 on Amazon. How do you explain 8K with your setup?
Dude, whatever.
If you only knew, man. So you paid me $10 for me to read you that? So I made fun of gay people.
No, you didn't. That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
This is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. People spew the
This is
shit,
what
so
I'm talking about.
they.
I made fun of gay people.
I gotta go potty.
Never
I'll be right
happened.
back.
Never happened. I told a story about me doing a reverse, and we were doing a reverse on male prostitutes. Are they gay? Some would deny that they were, but I would submit that they are. So what's your point, Six Up? You spent $10. You gave me, thank you, by the way, but you gave me $10 to read that, and I have no problem reading it because you look like a total idiot. And my setup doesn't include just the equipment. There are other things that I've had to do. That's what I'm talking about, people. It's pretty unbelievable. But thank you, Six Up, for the donation. Six Up, if you don't like White Brother John, there's the door. Black Austin, thank you. But you know what? Six Up, I won't delete you. I like you coming in here. Keep coming in here, spewing that stuff. You don't have to send me money to spew that. I'll probably read it because you just look like an ignorant idiot. That's what you look like. You look like some biased jerk that is probably actually from one of these other shows that can't stand the fact that I've called out someone you admire because they hate Ellie. That's what you don't like. So you want to twist it, turn things around. And this computer alone, just so you know, was $5,000. You don't know what setup I have. So there you go.
I agree.
Do you see what I'm dealing with, people? Every single day, some smart aleck will spend $10 just to say that they got one up on me, which really they didn't.
It's pretty amazing,
Pathetic.
you know, these people that can
Pathetic.
bring up petty little crap. And I can only imagine, you know, how it correlates to how law enforcement is treated, you know, in the streets today. I think it's a direct
Exactly.
correlation. I really do.
Exactly. You know what, Kelly, you just brought up a great topic that I want to talk about. I
Yeah.
have a friend whose son has wanted to be a cop his whole life. I didn't realize how old his son had become. Time flies. I still thought he was like 16, but he's 21 now, and he's trying to get his criminal justice degree and wants to be a cop. And I said, Billy, would you mind if I called Ty and talked to him? Because Billy didn't want his son to become a cop. He says, you're not going to change his mind, John. I said, I got an idea, though. He's a good student, and he can do a transfer, and he could go to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, which has one of the top-notch programs in the world. And he can learn how to do cyber crimes. He's good with computer. and it's the Homeland Security program. A good friend of mine that I work cases with is a retired FBI agent, and he runs that program. And he'll be on this show. So I talked to my buddy, called his son. I said, hey, I get it. I said, but Ty, answer a question. Why do you really want to be a cop? And he gave me the typical answer. You know, I want to arrest bad guys. I want to put bad guys in jail. I want to do what my dad would tell me, you know, every time you were around when I was little, I always wanted to hear your stories. And I said, well, you won't last long because it's not that way anymore. The days of chasing people down and doing all that stuff, they're gone. Too much of a litigious society today, and cops are just, they can't do their jobs anymore. You know, people say, oh, what do you mean like that? What do you mean? They have to be criminals to do it? No, that's not what I mean. I mean it in general. The perception is that if I chase somebody down the street and someone pulls out a cell phone, and after I catch that guy, you know, everybody seems to think that that guy is just going to throw his hands up and say, I give up. And he's going to drop to his knees, going to go to his belly, and he's going to put his hands behind his back on command. And I'm just going to walk up there and cuff him and say, thank you very much, sir. Come on, let's walk back to the car. That's what perception is. That's the way it's apparently that it happens in many of your minds. Doesn't happen that way, people. You know, one of the hardest people I ever had to arrest, this is a true story that will blow your mind, Kelly, was a man in a wheelchair. One of the hardest physical arrests I ever had to make. It was at an intersection called South and Ridgewood, which back in the day, when I was a rookie, was crack haven. You roll up on that corner, they'd direct you down behind an old abandoned building, they'd sell you your crack, and you'd be on your way. So I was on what was called directive patrol one night, where they would select officers that were working that night, usually officers that were self-initiated officers that would go out and find crime, get in chases, make arrests. They would select them for that unit. The other guys that were lazy, they got to answer calls all night. We got to go out and have fun. So me and another guy partnered up. We had that area. I hopped out, climbed up in a tree, and just watched this guy in a wheelchair slinging dope all night. And we knew about him. So, of course, he hid the narcotics underneath, you know, his butt. They'd roll up, he'd pull it out, serve them up, wheel back out onto the corner. At the time, it was a payphone. We still had payphones then. This is early on. Get on the phone and perpetrate like he was talking on the phone. That's what he would do. So I got with some of the guys in street crimes. This is before I went in street crimes. And I said, hey, look, you guys got somebody you can use for a UC tonight, which is UC is undercover. I said, I got this guy. I've been watching him all night long. I said, we can get him. You can do a buy bust. We can take him down. So we did that. And when I went to arrest him, he was strong. Been in a wheelchair his whole life. He was 40-something years old. Had arms about this big. And I'm like, you're under arrest. You ain't taking me to jail. And he tried to run over me and another guy with his wheelchair, and we're blocking him. It's kind of like he's a ping pong ball, and we're just bouncing him back and forth, and he wasn't going to go down. So I finally got tired of it. Spun around the backside of him. I locked his wheelchair up. I'm like trying to grab his arm to cuff him. Wasn't having it. Basically threw me off of him like he was bench pressing me. My buddy Chris got up. He finally was like, screw this. He clotheslined him, flipped him backwards in his chair. And guess what happened? His colostomy bag busted all over me.
That's tough.
That's the kind of crap that is out there, people. I had to fight this guy with his feces and urine all over me, gagging,
Yuck.
trying to avoid vomiting, while this guy is fighting us with everything he had. In hindsight, should have just flipped him back in his chair and left him there until the paddy wagon came, shot a can of mace in his face, and let him lay there and suffer. That's what you want to hear, right? That's what you want to hear me say.
Okay.
Because that's where we are. As a society today, that's how you feel about the police. When you have no idea what law enforcement has to deal with every single day. But you know what? You'll be so quick to criticize them. You'll jump on the bandwagon of the criminal before you will back up the man who is trying to fight crime. You will jump on the back and support the criminal, the man who has been arrested multiple times, who has raped people, who has done horrific crimes, and the guy that is trying to put the bad guy in jail, you will crucify. Because you don't like the fact that it took force to put that guy in jail. That's reality. But it's okay when you have an event and you're a victim. When you call 911, you expect them there. And you expect them to listen to you. And when you say you want somebody arrested for something they did, you expect the officer to arrest them immediately, right? That's the way it works. You're that same person who will point a finger at that same officer if you witness that officer having to fight for his life to put someone in jail. You're that same person that would crucify that officer if you had a chance. But now you need help. And what? Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. All right, Kelly, let's read some of these chats. Let's see. Wow, I'm way behind y'all. So I'm gonna go all the way down to the bottom. I'm sorry if you guys posted anything. We got a comment the other day, a suggestion that we need to try and address chat more. Bella Talia says, I think Bella, you're in Tennessee, if I remember right, right? My husband is a law enforcement officer. There's so much that he goes through each shift. When he leaves for his shifts, we always pray first. And you should. You should. Thank you for that. Kelly, you're muted.
Sorry. I keep getting a lot of background noise. Yeah, Bella, thank you to your husband for his service.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nashville. Good memory.
Sophie's mom says truth.
Yeah.
Lavender Girl said it was something that I couldn't watch last night. It was triggering for her, and she's too emotional.
Yeah. Giovanna.
Truth exposed.
You guys are so awesome.
All right. Hey, just so y'all know, I'm announcing it now. If everything works out, Truth Exposed had to get an electronical piece for her headset, an adapter that will be here for her Thursday. She's going to be on panel.
I can't wait.
And guess who else is going to be on panel? J Lord.
Yeah.
So you're going to get Rachel and Stacy on panel.
Yeah.
Thursday night. If everything works out.
Those ladies are awesome.
Bring your popcorn, guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Because these two are going to rock your world. With me and Kelly, of course.
Yeah.
Because they're just hilarious. And you know what? When you hear Truth Exposed,
I love her accent.
boy.
I love her accent. Yeah.
She's got an accent, but you know, you may think, oh, she's just a country hick. No way. She's from the South. She's got a hell of an accent, and I love it. I wouldn't challenge her though. She will eat you alive
with facts. That's what I love. Her and J Lord both. They know the facts.
These two ladies both
good memories.
They know way more about this case than I do. And they're prepared to challenge each and every one of the people that want to challenge them. I can tell you that much right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some fun.
Yeah.
I might have to reel Rachel in every now and then. But I'm going to cut her loose.
She's awesome. Oh man, I can't wait.
J Lord I like to refer to as, she's like the executive.
Yeah.
The HR executive. And she'll eat you alive with pure intellect and tact. And you'll walk away going, did that just happen?
Yeah.
Wow, do I feel stupid now or what? Both great additions to this team. And I can tell you right now.
Yeah.
When I have these two on panel, and it's a regular thing, you guys are going to want to watch. Because they address a lot of the same people that I've addressed. And they've got receipts.
Mm-hmm.
They've got receipts. I just got contacted again today by a former mod from another channel. And yeah. That person might want to button it up a little bit because I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, they won't.
Because
They'd rather take their.
the things that the receipts that I got today, yeah.
She really shouldn't be
Somebody that
drawing
you think
attention.
squeaky, someone that you think squeaky clean.
Mm.
You just never know, y'all. Someone that you think squeaky clean is a thief.
Mm-hmm.
Been arrested for it. I'll digress for right now. It's funny how these people that start these shows have like backgrounds in fraud and theft. And why is that, Kelly? I just don't get it.
Their true self is coming through.
Yeah, they're using the tool called YouTube and the net to become better thieves, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But when I can show that this is what they've done their entire adult lives, and I can put it together with what they're doing now,
Yeah.
people are starting to see, wow, John's got a point. I mean, you got one guy that's created a show that's got 38 convictions, felony convictions, 38 of them, ranging from grand theft to robbery, burglary, you name it. This guy's done it. And I haven't even looked at all of them yet. But he condescends to go on another show and say, well, I'm going to go ahead. I'm reformed now. I'm a better man. And I think that people should hear my take from a convict's point of view. Did I say he committed any homicides? No. Did I say any of that? Did I say he was a violent offender? No.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a horrible crook. I can tell you that much. So that makes him a great crime analyst, right? Because you're a horrible crook, you're a great analyst.
And
Doesn't make much sense, does it?
And he wants to opine about home security. I guess he's pretty skilled in that.
Oh yeah, he wants to talk about home security. How to break home security? Is that what he wants to talk about?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. That people are buying into that crap.
Right. So let's go. Truth is Boast says, I'm smart ass and Southern. See?
Yeah. It's great. I love it.
I don't know what happened to old Doc Thrifty. I sent him a challenge. He started spewing some crap back, and now he's like disappeared. Where is old Doc Thrifty?
He says that he's on a tour or something. But
yeah, all of a sudden he's got something he's got to handle.
Got called for duty or something. I don't know.
Called for duty? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sharon Ostrander said, I watched the interview last night. His Father's Day card from Maddie was heartbreaking.
Yes, I watched that.
I can imagine. I'm sure.
It was too hard to watch anything else after that. I was like, no.
Again, I just can't imagine.
These parents don't deserve the added pain of people and their conspiracy theories and disgusting, outrageous lies. It just breaks my heart. They're going through enough. And the surviving victims, leave them alone, for Christ's sake.
Truth Exposed said, I don't want to be the only hick. You're not going to be the only hick.
I'm a Midwest farmer's daughter, so it's close.
Hell, if I grew up, 30 minutes north of me, 45 minutes north of me, I would sound like I was from Georgia because that's where the accents start up there. I've got a little bit of one, but not like they have up there. Gainesville area, Tallahassee, they're all Southern belles. They sound like, they're from Georgia. So
it's brilliant.
So in the beginning of this event, when this first happened, I always wanted to get into the why.
Yeah.
Now that we know some more, why? So I thought about this months ago, and I tried to wrap my head around BK and his thought process. Now we know that he went to DeSales, right? In Pennsylvania. Is it DeSales? Is that what it's called? DeSales or Sales University?
DeSales, yeah.
And he took some psychology courses, and he was all up in whatever that lady's name you might remember. I'm horrible with names, y'all, so don't say I don't know anything about the kids. So I do know that one of his professors was really into BTK, actually sat down and did interviews with him and wrote a book about him.
Ramsland. Yeah. Thank you, Sylvette.
Ramsland.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
I knew someone would get it out for me.
Ramsland.
Yeah. I'm not so good with names either.
So apparently, he wanted to go into the PhD program, and people are misinformed. I think that, and this isn't a knock on WSU, but their CJ program isn't one of the best in the country. It's like close to 40th. It's not very good compared to other schools actually in Pennsylvania that were ranked far better. But, and this is just my speculation, WSU needs students. They all need students. They need grant money from people that go there. They'll get paid from the government. So she probably had an end with that university from a recruiting standpoint, and had a outstanding student, which apparently from all accounts BK was. So she referred him to WSU for the PhD program. Was that his plan all along? I don't know. People have suggested, why would he go to a DP state to commit that crime? Why not? Do I think that he left Pennsylvania solely with the thought that he was going to commit this crime? No, I think things happened post his move. I think he's always had the potential. He's always probably thought about it. But there are things that we don't know about. And I think his social media fingerprint will answer a lot of these questions. But I tried to think about, because people are like, why would a PhD student for, criminal justice make so many mistakes? There's no way this guy did this. Really? Why does a bank robber drive his own car to rob a bank? Why would he do that?
Get money. Desperate.
Spontaneity.
Yeah.
I believe full out that something sparked him that night. Something happened.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people always say that it was premeditated. I believe that, yes. I believe that it was premeditated, but I don't believe that was the night that he set out to do this. I think that there was something, because the girls were on social media posting pictures left and right, chatting, doing all this stuff. I think that something happened that set him off that night. Did he know them? I don't know. He's a vegan. People in that house worked at a vegan restaurant that he allegedly has been to. Again, I don't know if there's proof of that. But from what, 7-8 miles away from campus where he worked and lived, very plausible. Truth Exposed said, why would a 148 IQ Ed Kemper leave the victim in the car, lock his keys in with her, and lock himself out after he already killed her best friend outside the car? Good point. Rachel just made a great point. Why a man with 148 IQ? I'm sure that BK, his IQ is hovering about 150, somewhere around there. I'm sure he's very book smart. But there's a difference. Difference between being book smart and having common sense. Many people who are very, very intellectually book smart lack the skills to survive in a lot of situations. Sorry, but it's just the truth. Sybil said that she disagrees that nothing happened that night, that she thinks that he planned it for months. And I said that I think he's planned it for months. I think that he planned it. Yes. I don't know that that was the night that he set out to do it, because he made way too many mistakes.
I think he wanted to do it before his birthday as well. And if Kaylee was a target, that makes sense then, why that night.
Kaylee was doing what? She was moving to Texas. This was her last hurrah there with her friends. She was going to go on a cruise or something, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly what, but she was going to go on a trip with her parents.
Yeah.
And then we know for a fact
because he went there first.
I think that he was building up the nerve to do it. He was psyching himself up. He was jacked up. He was angry about whatever. Something happened that night to put him over the deep end. And I hope we'll know one day. But back to his psyche. So knowing what we know about him, and I said this very early on when he was first arrested, wouldn't it be, for somebody of his intelligence, allegedly, and his thought process, wouldn't it be crazy as if he planned this and planned on being a professor at Wazoo in the criminal justice program? He committed these crimes knowing that he was going to get away with it, and it would be an open quadruple red rumming for decades, and he could actually cover it in his classrooms and have people write, theses on it, and he would grade them accordingly. It sounds like a book, doesn't it? So whoever came the closest to who the suspect, doing a psychological profile on a suspect, whoever came the closest will get graded accordingly. And he get his rocks off the entire time. You're not even close, D. I don't know. Just something that was going through my head, thinking, what if he got away with it?
He very well could have.
Very well could have. Do I think that the DNA on the sheath, it matters? But I think they had him before then.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I believe that there's going to be a lot of video evidence that's going to put him there with the car. I know the car is what did him in.
Yeah.
The car is why they found him.
Yeah.
We can all say, oh, it was the DNA, the IgG, all that stuff. Yeah, that confirmed it.
No, you know what?
But the car is what
I was reading the warrants, and the IgG, they when they presented the probable cause and all of that, they asked the judge.
Hold on a second. Am I frozen right now, y'all?
Not to me.
People are saying I'm frozen. We got a bad storm going on, so hopefully
It could. I usually mine glitches first because I have crappy Wi-Fi, but
seems okay now. Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to point out that in the warrant, they said, do not consider the IgG evidence when issuing the arrest warrant. They very clearly said that it's not part of the evidence.
Yeah. Robert Belt said, that thought crossed my mind. He could relive the crime for years, every day, if he had become a teacher.
Yep.
He could.
I kind of feel that way too. It's possible.
Watch somebody else steal that and write a book like that or something. I'll be kicking myself in the butt. But
yes,
there are things that we're going to learn that will blow our minds. I can promise you. And I'd have to say that I'm a tough love parent.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe BK's dad is a tough love dad. And the reason why I say that is we know that he was arrested for stealing his sister's phone when he was 16, I believe.
Yeah, and his dad turned him in.
His own father prosecuted him, pressed charges on him, did the PCA with the officer on him. And he was arrested and he was sent to a drug diversion program. Completed the program. They withheld adjudication. And that's basically it for his criminal history. Who does that? What parent would do something like that, and why? Do you not think for 1 minute this was something that was going on for a long time? Do you not think that there were some kind of indicators that his parents saw? They're like, we gotta do something now because this guy is going off the deep end. This is our son. We've tried everything. Nothing seems to work. He's still a juvenile. So if we get him arrested now, it won't affect him the rest of his life. What can we do? Stole his sister's phone. I believe he pawned it or tried to pawn it or something like that, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And y'all don't quote me. I got a good memory. It's just short. I did have a stroke in December. So a lot of this stuff that I had already read about, I forgot. I probably forgot more than a lot of people know about the whole case.
It's very frustrating.
but I don't remember exactly what the circumstances were. I just know that he stole his sister's phone. They locked him up for it. And as a
Yeah.
parent who is a tough parent, I'm a tough love parent, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of parents won't. My mother,
Right.
for instance, she would never do that. She would enable my brother,
Mm-hmm.
bond him out of jail, keep a roof over his head, not demand him get a job his whole life.
Yeah.
So where is he now?
Same thing with my brother.
40 years old, living with his mother, doesn't work, been in and out of jail his whole life, convicted
Mm-hmm.
felon, can't get a job, can't even deliver pizzas.
Right.
Total dependent
Mm-hmm.
because she enabled him. Sorry, y'all, but that's the truth. So did his dad do the right thing? Apparently so, because, you know, look where he wound up. Not now, but he was in a good place.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the point that he was hired. Came in, was doing his thing. Apparently he was a really tough grader. He was grading these kids really hard. And they didn't like it. So he started getting complaints. HR sat him down, or his supervisor sat him down and said, "Hey, look, you're gonna have to, I notice all your students, nobody's getting A's. I'm just guessing here. You gotta give these kids a break. They may not be on the same intellectual plane as you, but they're trying." Then he gets into a fight with an administrator, another professor. Don't know if it was physical, verbal, what. I would assume if it was physical, he would have been terminated on the spot. But
Didn't they
I don't
call it
know.
an altercation? I think
No, I
that's what
called
it
it
was.
an they called it
I think they did call it
an
an
altercation.
altercation. I can
That
look
could
it up.
mean physical. That could mean verbal. But he had PIPs, performance improvement plans, issued for him. Now
Yeah, it says altercation.
he got into 2 altercations.
Yep, the second one was on
One right
December
before he was
9th.
terminated. So he had a PIP done where they reviewed everything, and then he got into another altercation 2 days after that meeting. And I think the writing was on the wall, people. He was gone.
Yeah. No doubt.
Now, somewhere within that time frame, toward the end there, do I believe that investigators were coming there because they knew his car was there? They were surveilling him, and they started pulling personnel files and looking into him. Do I think that was going on? Absolutely. That's what I think. And I think they probably accelerated the termination process. Are you pulling up the PIP?
Yeah, I just dropped it again.
I think that's what happened. I think that he was being surveilled way before this happened. Because remember, the public is going to solve this case. We need your help. Help us. I think it was a simple case. I really do. I think people are blowing this way out of proportion. I think it was very simple.
Yeah. My I have to zoom in
But
on that.
September 23rd, he was in an altercation with a professor. October 3rd, they had a meeting to discuss the professional behavior. October 21st. So basically, he was probably at this meeting. You have to go in steps. You have to have a meeting that you need to document, which is a verbal, and then you escalate from there. So October 3rd, he had a meeting to discuss the professional behavior. So they probably said, hey, look, Mr. Kohlberger, we can't have this. You're getting a verbal warning. Don't let it happen again. October 21st, they received email about a failure to meet expectations. So his supervisor was obviously not happy with him. November 2nd, they had a meeting to discuss the improvement plan, which is a PIP. It's called a performance improvement plan in most major corporations that HR does. I've done many, many, many of them. December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day. Meeting to discuss improvement plan progress. So just over a month later, they implemented the PIP on November 2nd. December 7th, they had a meeting to, basically discuss what improvements have been made or what he's doing to make the improvements. 2 days later, he gets into a second altercation with the professor. Now, I don't know if it's the same professor as before or another one. Doesn't say. With professor. 10 days later, terminated. Now, does this have anything to do with the case? I don't know. Was this process accelerated because of the case? I don't know. But sometime between November 2nd and December 7th, he committed allegedly these heinous crimes. So look what was happening before. Here's your window. When he was put on a PIP, November 2nd, 11 days later, the homicides happen. December 7th, he's brought back in to discuss the PIP. December 9th, he gets in another altercation. Then he's terminated. We can't put together the timeline because we don't know all the other pieces to fill in the puzzle. But I can guarantee you that when we get to trial, this right here is going to be very important. In my opinion. He also wrote a letter to his father. When it was dated, I don't know, but it's in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about many of you, but I've never written a letter. My real dad has been out of the picture since, but my stepdad, I don't think I ever wrote him a note. Give him cards, wrote little notes on them. But to sit down and actually write a letter to my dad, never did it. Now, do little girls, write letters to their fathers? Yeah. And I'm not saying that boys don't. But something tells me that, and this is just me, that Brian Kohlberger isn't the most loving individual.
No.
So could I be wrong? Yeah, it could be. Something's telling me that. He's a sociopath and a psychopath. That means
Mhm.
basically he does not have feelings for anybody or anything. He says it in this little memoir that he wrote. Remember that, Kelly? I
Mhm.
wish we had that. We could bring it up. The notes that when he wrote down all that stuff. Do you have that? Can you find it?
Yep, I'm looking.
Where he basically said he doesn't have any feelings for his family. He doesn't have any kind of feelings for anyone.
Yeah, I remember
Now
that.
we won't know. We won't know because it's prejudicial and HIPAA laws. We won't know what kind of medications he was on. And I'm not saying he was on medications. But one could only assume that for a father to take the extreme measures that he took, that he didn't get him psychological help at some point as well. And maybe he was diagnosed with some, psychological issues, and perhaps he was on medication. Perhaps he was no longer on those meds. He quit taking them. I don't know. But what I do know is his dad took extreme measures at one point. So it wouldn't be too outlandish to think, like I said, that there were some psychological evals done and perhaps he was put on a medication. Now, if the defense allows that information and he allows it, then they could try to spin it to their favor. But Idaho doesn't have a insanity plea within their statutes, so you can't plea insanity in Ohio and Idaho. A lot of people don't know that. It's not a defense, which, to be honest with you, I don't agree with. I think it should be on the books.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a prime example. Eileen Wuornos. I was part of a task force that was looking for Eileen Wuornos, and one of my snitches actually was blowing my, at the time, pager up when I was off. I was out doing something with my little boys at the time. Finally called her back. She's like, she's here. She's here. I'm like, who's here? Woman you're looking for. Where's here? At the Crook's Den. No, she's left. She's left now. She's heading to the Last Resort, which was another bar in an adjoining city about 10 miles up the road. Got on the horn. Investigators working the case with the county and another agency, actually 3 agencies, converged on that bar, and that's where she was caught. But Eileen Wuornos, in my opinion, should not have been put to death. She was clearly insane.
Mm-hmm.
I've never felt good about that. Never have I felt good about it. We're talking about a person that's been abused since she was
going to say
old enough
she's
to remember.
Yeah.
If you've never watched the movie Monster,
Yeah.
with Charlize Theron, I'm not a big fan of Charlize, but I'll tell you what, she did an absolutely unbelievable job portraying Eileen Wuornos in that movie. Unbelievable. All right, so let's go to, what do we have here?
That's the article that talks about Brian's Tapatalk account. So
Go ahead and read it.
okay.
Just the related parts.
Yeah, just
So
this
y'all
paragraph.
listen to this.
The users on social media are now discussing the post written by a suspect on his Tapatalk account regarding him allegedly having visual snow syndrome, due to which he had contradicting views about his father, Michael Kohlberger, and his childhood. Kohlberger stated in the post, I often fear being 80 years old, alone, and having faint memories of my parents, everything I missed out on. I think about my father, what a good man he is, how I treated him like dirt, because I have this condition and I can't take it. I might spiral out of control and lose myself in the void. I can't let it all go. All of these regrets predict my future self. In the same post, he has written, I feel blank and so generic. I can barely remember my eventful childhood. As I try to think of my childhood, I become upset and into a depressed state. He also stated in a post, I am stuck in this void of nothing, feeling completely no emotion, feeling nothing, feel dirty, like there's dirt inside my head, my mind. I am always dizzy and confused. I feel no self worth. I am intelligent, but I feel the opposite. I say things I don't mean.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
It's pretty
Is
heavy.
that a cry for help?
Could be.
Does he know that he's becoming a monster?
Yeah, could be.
Does he like what he sees?
No.
I would submit after hearing that he's scared to death.
Yeah.
What do you say? I feel dirty?
Yeah. Oops, wrong one.
That's pretty telling, everyone. I
He
might
said,
spiral out of control and lose myself in the void.
mm-hmm,
I can't.
you stupid ads.
I can't let it all go.
Look at this crap. They keep jumping around.
All of these regrets predict for my future self.
Yep.
That's pretty intense, people.
Yeah, it is.
Is he analyzing himself?
Yeah, it's like, when the picture of him getting his graduate degree at DeSales, I just can't get that look on his face out of my mind.
It was a steely look, wasn't it? It was just like
Yes. Like
just
blank.
business like. No
Yep.
smile. Now mind you, did he smile at all? We don't know, because again, you have to look at what we're dealing with, the media here. Are they going to actually show a picture of him smiling, taking his diploma? What would that solve?
Yeah. Right.
Would that get them sales or
No.
clicks or anything? You
No.
want that steely-eyed
Yeah, they
psycho
were
look.
dark and sunken. Reminded me of my
Now, I'm
brother.
sure at some point during his graduation, he smiled and he was happy. I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably for the wrong
So
reasons, but yeah.
but I don't hold that photo much credibility personally.
No, it just kind of sticks with me,
It does. It sticks with everybody, and that's what it's supposed to do,
Yeah.
Kelly, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're
Yeah.
supposed to think of him as.
Yeah.
And he very well may be that. But a photo, if you show me the video and an entire video is showing him walking and not cracking a smile or anything, then that's something to talk about. But I'm not going to
Mhm.
hold it much credibility, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Amy Terry, Donnie Will. My 19-year-old son is missing, and the Illinois police can't find him and say they wouldn't look. Amy, your son, or are
No,
you saying Donna Wheeler's son?
I am. My 19-year-old son is missing. Amy, oh no.
Amy, you email me at detectivejohn68 at Gmail, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about
Yeah,
that.
we'll blast it out there.
We'll do something.
Yeah.
You give me the details and we'll do something, okay?
Mm-hmm. Please do that, Amy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Horrible.
man.
Considering they didn't know if they could say no thanks. Jesus, Amy, I'm so sorry. It's got to be such a terrible feeling.
You talk. Hold on a second.
Yeah, please email us, Terry, the information, and we'll use the platform to get it out there. Definitely. Find a way to help you.
All right.
It's every
So,
parent's worst nightmare.
you know, again, it's detectivejohn68 at Gmail. Give me some details on that, okay? I'll do anything I can to try and help.
Yeah.
So back to his psyche. I'm not a psychiatrist, psychologist. I'm none of that. So I'm not purporting myself to be. Not unlike some of these other creators who will lead you to believe that they've got all this knowledge.
Well, and you do have a background, though. You know,
I do have a bit of a background.
Yeah.
I did do intake at a hospital for a psych ward as part of my training. I did a lot of cool stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not, I'm not clinical anything. But reading what we just read, good Lord.
I feel you.
I don't have any other choice but to feel like there was a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when was that dated, Kelly?
It, for some reason, the page went down. Let me see. Reload it. It was published January 10th, 2023.
Yeah, but when was it written? Do we know?
Oh, when was his post?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
it
this
doesn't.
I know this was
say.
covered very early on, and it's
Yeah.
always been on my mind. We just had some other things that we needed to talk about. But now we can get onto the case a little bit. These are things that we need to really be looking at. That's just a small piece of his gray matter that we need to know about. 2011.
Yep. Stephanie and Lavender Girls.
So 12 years ago, he wrote this.
Yeah.
So he's 28 now.
Yeah. Is he 28 or did he turn 29? Now I don't remember. But one of the other serial killers' birthday was, his first kill was, I think at age 28. He's 29 now. Yeah, a week after the unaliving was his birthday.
You know who knows all that stuff?
Mm.
Without even looking?
Yep.
Truth Exposed knows it, and J Lord knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Truth Exposed could probably give you just about everything there is to know about many serial killers.
Yeah.
She's an encyclopedia.
Sophie's mom said he was 16.
Yeah, he was
Sounds
16.
about right.
So
Yep.
that's about the same time. BK was 16. Yeah, do the
Yeah.
math. So that's about the same time he was arrested for stealing his sister's phone.
Yeah. And he did some pretty hardcore drugs.
Right. There's a huge twist to this man's psyche. I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you
good.
there were telltale signs throughout his life that were left alone.
Yep.
But seems to me like in reading what he wrote, that he himself knew he knew there was something wrong. And perhaps he went into the field he went into because he wanted to do research. He sent out, invites for clinicals for him to do research on people that have committed heinous crimes. He wanted to try and figure them out. Was it because he was trying to figure himself out? Was he trying to wrap himself around, these feelings he was having? Or was he trying to say, look, I'm having these same exact feelings that other sociopaths and psychopaths and, criminals have had. Am I one of those?
Yeah. And, he remember he had that study where he was
Right.
asking criminals. Um,
Right. That's what I was just talking about,
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that fact.
Mm-hmm. It
Tigger
makes
said
sense.
drug psychosis could be.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
Yeah.
We can jump down those rabbit holes all day long. They may not be rabbit holes. They may be actual events that have, happened in his
Mm-hmm.
life.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we'll know in trial. But the
I
state
pray that
doesn't
the
have to
parents.
prove a motive, everyone. People
Right.
believe that they have to prove a motive. They don't.
No.
Just
They
method
don't have to have the
and
murder weapon
opportunity.
either.
Method and opportunity is all they have to prove.
Mm-hmm.
What was the method, and did he have the opportunity and the means to do it? And I think those will be answered
Mm-hmm.
for sure.
Yeah.
That's the direction I want the show to go in. Let's hear people's thoughts
Yeah.
on that kind of stuff. We can bring them in the chat and have them talk, not this show, but in upcoming shows.
Mm-hmm.
We can try to figure out the psyche. In my opinion, we know the who, we know the what, we know the when, but we don't know the why. That's what I want to know. I want to know why. We may never know.
Yeah.
And a thought is out there, is knowing the why so important that you would offer him a deal to avoid the DP if he told the why? I'm pro DP. But if it comes out that there's a lot more to this, and it's not just somebody that's just pissed off because of something one of the girls said to him, or he was rejected or something like that, if it's much deeper than that, and it's unequivocally proven that he's got mental issues, would I drop the DP to know the why and make him a specimen and learn from him? I might do that because I think it's important that we understand what creates people like this to help others. And again, I might get chewed up because if any case deserves to have the DP, it's this one.
I agree.
And again, hypothetically, if we find out that there's much more, and if I'm the defense and that stuff is out there are evals out there that we could bring into court with testimony from psychiatrists or psychologists or all the above, I would allow it. I would not object to it because it could be his way out of the DP. Because if you can present a case to 12 jurors that he had underlying issues, then in the end, when it comes down to convicting, they may convict him, but not for the DP. And if the state sees that that could be an issue, if the state is smart, they'll offer him that deal. Just putting it out there. For the sake of science and for the sake of knowing the unknown, as a parent, would I want to see him unalived? Absolutely. But if what I'm saying now comes to fruition and I felt like my child's death would not be in vain, and maybe perhaps it would help in the end, if we spared him and studied him, and if he was candid and agreed to being a Hannibal Lecter and helping solve other crimes, why not? But it doesn't matter what I think, because a lot of people aren't going to be thinking logically when it comes down to it. They want his head, just like 90% of the people do. I try to look at things from a logical standpoint. And based on what I just had Kelly pull up and we read, this man had issues.
Mm-hmm.
This man slipped through the cracks.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going on, what, 2.5 hours now? Y'all want to keep going? We can keep going. I'll read some of these. Black Asta said he wasn't getting any action, and believe me, that messes with a young man's head. Hey, I know that sounds kind of blunt, but yeah, he's right.
It matters.
He was 2,500 miles from home. His assistant ship was in the tank, and these girls didn't like him. We don't know that for a fact, Austin. We don't know whether they didn't like him or not. I get what you're saying. I can see it actually happening. I can see the rejection, feeling dejected, rejected, all the above. I can see exactly what you're saying. We don't know that he wasn't getting any action. I mean, we don't know that. I agree with you. He probably wasn't. He was able to get into another girl's apartment and persuade her into, you know, installing some cameras, which I'm sure he kept the passwords to, and he probably viewed, and they'll find that out. But what Black Austin said, he's got a good point. I mean, we can't be naive, everyone. Sex is a great thing.
Hormones are crazy.
But it can make you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, you know, any animal. We're not animals, people. I'm not going to say that, but you know, when that female dog goes into heat, and there's a dog 4 or 5 miles away, the dog will run until he finds that female. My Doberman, when I was a kid, disappeared for 2 months. We literally found that dog 10 miles away, shacked up with another dog, and in the woods. It was like they were lovebirds. It was hilarious. And she was pregnant with his litter. He stayed with that dog. He found the scent. We put an ad out in the paper and found him. I mean, Red Dobie. His name was Mac. Somebody said, yeah, I got one back here. He's been living in the woods for over a month now, almost 2 months. They got a litter of puppies back there. I was about to call Humane Society. You know, unfortunately, men are driven by hormones. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, women are too, you know.
Women are too.
Shit can mess you up.
Have you ever read the Venus Mars book? How's it go? Men are from Venus, women are from Mars. Yeah.
The other way, I think it is.
I read it twice. I still don't get it. That was years ago. Tommy Lynn Sells said when he watched the life fade from their eyes and their pupils change, it was like a shot of heroin.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel. See, these are quotes Rachel comes up with because she's read so many books on these serial killers. She's amazing.
Yeah.
Remember that. Tommy Lynn Sells.
Mm-hmm.
When he watched the life fade from their eyes and their pupils change, dilate, it was like a shot of heroin. Power. I've seen those eyes. There's a red reflection that you can't describe. That you can't describe, but you can recognize it. It says bye. I'm so sorry you saw in the human eyes. Yeah. Rachel's been a victim. You'll hear from her. She's been shot, actually.
Yeah, she's an amazing survivor.
Marianne Thorpe says it's not too far of a reach. People become nurses to get access to patients to hurt. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
We have multiple serial killers that were nurses that used medications to, take people's lives. Just trying to read through some of these. DJ,
Yeah.
we all do. We all do. I think he may spill it eventually, right before his time is up. He may, Texas Ranger. He may. Deathbed confessions are they happen a lot. Not necessarily in a DP case, but just people laying in a hospital that aren't under arrest have confessed to some heinous acts they've done. Dying declarations. I've witnessed 3 dying declarations myself. Sleuthing Squadron TV. I think in his deluded brain, he thought he was too criminology student and thought his survey was a masterpiece. Yes. Then he lost its blank when people mocked it. Hey, good point. Good point, because that could have been the catalyst that set him off. Very well could have been. Very well could have been. I'm sure he was mocked quite a bit because I think he was a little too intense and people probably didn't realize what they were dealing with and mocked him often. Sophie's mom. What a small world. I'm reading this. Truth exposed. He killed one of my friend's mother. He's a piece of work. He's in prison here in Alabama. That's a small world, right? Tommy Lynn Sells did that. Killed one of this lady's mom's friends. Texas Ranger said something in his head ain't right. Texas Ranger's a former corrections officer. He's seen some crazy people and crazy things. I'm sure he's talked to some crazy people.
Yep.
Sophie's mom said truth. It was sad. Midwest Beanie, very good point. And I've said this from the beginning, when people just don't understand what somebody in shape can do. I mean, you're talking about a man that's, I haven't got an official height on him. I think he's probably between 6'2" and 6'4".
Something like that, yeah.
So there have been so many reports on that. He's a runner. He's in good shape. He's tall. He's lanky. He's strong. He's been doing kickboxing, so the guy can handle himself. And Midwest Beanie said, what blows my mind is people don't think one maniac is capable of this. It's absurd. It is absurd. And you still have, up until last week, someone saying there's no way that one man could do this act. A, absolutely there is. B, especially when you have 4 inebriated people, 2 of which we know because we have video of them being inebriated. Maddie was extremely inebriated. Kaylee was more like the mother hen. She was inebriated, but not near as bad shape as Maddie. I'm sure when they got back to that house, they flopped down on that bed after they took the dog out, whoever took the dog out, and virtually passed out. The next thing you know, a maniac's on top of you with a 7-inch K-bar knife. Do you think that they could fight? No, they were ambushed. Even if they
Right.
weren't inebriated, they didn't have a
Mhm.
chance in hell. How many times do I have to stab you with a 7-inch knife to incapacitate you? I would
Yeah.
submit one time, you'd
Mhm.
be done, especially in the torso area or the throat. You gonna scream? No. You ever been punched in the gut? Had the wind knocked out of you? Can you scream? You ever had a gaping hole in your body?
Throat slit.
Your throat slit?
Yeah. I think he went for major arteries.
I don't think you had any screams
Mm.
substantial enough to wake anyone up and wonder what was going on. We'll know. There's 2 people that were alive in that house. They're going to have to testify. Are screams unusual in that house? Nope. On a Saturday night? Nope. Would that be unusual to hear somebody screaming or yelling or talking loud or bouncing around? Nope. There's a dog upstairs? Yep. Does a dog run around, jump around, bounce around? Yep. Do they play with the dog? Yep.
Right. Thank you, Tigger. Says, I love this show, Detective John. I like this better. You are so smart. That's so nice.
You know what, Tigger? There's people a lot more qualified and smarter than I am out there. I'm just lucky enough to be able to, take a chance and roll the dice and do this show. But there is far more qualified and smarter people than I am. I'm just gifted with, the ability to enjoy talking to people. I don't hold back. I think I'm pretty articulate. I keep it real. I had to decide, okay, do I need to sit here with a suit and tie on and a crew cut
No.
to be taken seriously? Or can I just be the cool cop that I was? I wore Oakley glasses. I mean, I didn't wear freaking aviators and have a crew cut.
Right.
I had bleach blonde hair. I was a surf rat. I surfed every damn day. As soon as I get done from work, it's usually working because I was in narcotics. We were working late. I went home. I'd throw my board in my car or my truck, and I'd be at the beach in New Smyrna Beach surfing. I'd stay there all day till 2, 3 o'clock. Sessions were over. I'd come back home, go to sleep for 4 or 5 hours, get up and go to work. Does that sound like a cop? No, that sounds like a stoner. But that was me, and that's why I think I was successful, because I could be diverse. I could switch it up in a heartbeat. I grew up in the area I worked. I could be, a white boy in the hood, like Black Austin would say. I could be the white boy in the hood, dropping my bros off because I've been playing ball all day and hang with them. And then I could go to, Pelican Bay and hang out with the rich people.
Yeah.
You got to be diverse in life. If you have no diversity in your life, then you're probably not going to be very successful socially. If you're just set on one, this is the way I am, this is the way I'm going to be, everybody else is just, I'm better than that. No, you better be able to switch it on and switch it off. You better be able to mingle. If you can't mingle with just about anybody, then you're not going to be successful in the social arena, in my opinion.
Lisa has a good question. DJ, if BK did this to your daughter, would you be okay with the state dropping the DP if he told you why he did it?
We just
Good
kind of
question.
touched on that. And if it depends, Lisa, on how it was presented. If what we just talked about earlier came to fruition and he was, clearly a sociopath, psychopath, had major mental issues from the time he was a young child, which it looks like to me, would I be okay with it? That's a hypothetical I can't answer. The more that from what I know about the process and being in and taking many courses and classes on psychology, knowing what I know and what the potential that he could yield if interviewed, and opinions from experts were they yielded great results, I would probably be okay with that. I'd probably second guess myself every day. But knowing my daughter and the way she is, if she thought that her death could result in someone being helped, I would probably say, yeah, okay. Tell me why. But be candid. Don't hold anything back. You'd have to be very candid, and you'd have to start from the beginning and tell the story. Because let's face it, there's no reason to hold anything back now. You're never getting out. But I will say this. If the state cowers down and is not looking at it in that way, they're just looking at it as, and the potential that a jury will not check off on the death penalty, and they automatically drop it because they don't have guts enough to take this case all the way. They're cowards. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Kelly?
Yes.
So I guess to answer your question, Lisa, if I truly thought that him being a subject that we could learn from, then yes, I would be okay with it. Again, would I second guess myself for the rest of my life? Probably. But my daughter would want that because I know her. Lisa said Steve G would lose his mind, I'm sure. And trust me, y'all, don't think that I'm against the death penalty, because I'm 100% for it. But I truly believe that sometimes, again, Eileen Wuornos, to me, should not have been put to death. I never had a good feeling about that. Watch that movie if you've never watched it, and it's a very, very, very accurate depiction of her life. I think we could have learned so much from her. Let's see. In Georgia, truth, he killed in Georgia and killed 2 girls in Oklahoma, at least. I believe that is where the girls were from. I think we're talking about the same guy.
Mm-hmm. Got to go down to the new messages.
Sorry, y'all. I can't keep up, and I apologize if I missed you.
It's awesome, though.
So the sleuthing squadron said again, oh, damn, I 100% agree. That was my first thought on him. If he can truly be sorry and want to help, then use him positively. I don't think him being sorry would matter because he's a sociopath. I think he's both. I think he's a sociopath and a psychopath. You can be both. I don't think he has any feelings like that. But if it's proven that he's got major issues and we can use him to help others, then yeah. Bella said, I don't know where the talk of med shortages is coming from. Apparently, and we might need to cover it, but I read, and there was actually, I watched a show on one of the major, networks about this case. It's actually about lethal injection in general, and the reason why they're using the firing squad is because the drug manufacturers are against the DP, so they're not providing that specific medication to prisons anymore. Doesn't mean there's a shortage, but they will not provide it to the prisons. Now, how they would get it otherwise, I worked in, for a major pharmaceutical chain, so I'm sure there's ways, but they're saying now, the states are saying that they can't buy it directly from the drug manufacturer, so they have to look at different avenues. Why that would matter, I don't know. There's so much fentanyl out there. I mean, you can put somebody
I know.
down
on fentanyl. I don't understand.
I don't get it.
But I do know that there was cases where they weren't. It wasn't effective. It wasn't working, and it was a horrific death.
That too, but if you got a second, Kelly, look it up real quick. Prison systems are denied lethal injection medications by the pharmaceutical companies.
Okay.
And truth exposed, that is a fun fact. It is $50,000 to $60,000 to house an inmate per year. You know what the saddest thing is about what's going on now in the prison systems? Commissary. Biggest scam there is. Let's say you gave $50 to an inmate. The prison system and the entity that allows that transaction take $10 of that. It's a huge moneymaker for them to allow you to give someone in prison money. And then the monies that they make, the things that they buy with that commissary money, they're not cheap. They're like full-blown retail. So they're making money off of that. It's a scam. And it should be monitored very closely, because a lot of times, a lot of these prisoners get their like, a young rich kid goes to prison. They see that he doesn't belong there. He did a crime, but he doesn't fit. But guess what? That boy's got some money in the family. So you go up and you befriend him, or you mess with him, and you say, "Hey, boy, you better get me some commissary," or I want my ho-hos and Twinkies regularly. If you buy me stuff with your commissary, I'll protect you. That's what goes on in prison, everyone. So as soon as they see a prisoner eating some snacks, they know he's got a route to commissary. And you're either good friends with him or you're not. And if you ain't a big dude and you can't handle yourself, you're begging your family for money to survive. That's what's wrong with the prison system today, because they allow that stuff to happen. I think if they have commissary, then no one else should know about it. They want to keep their commissary. Everybody has some time to themselves. They should be able to go get it. Everyone gets time to themselves, so they don't know whether they had it or not. But by letting it out that they're getting it is a crime in itself, in my opinion. Bella says, by the time an inmate reaches DP in years away. Yeah, it's years away. Yep. And who knows? BK might decide to talk if he's still got 25 years of life just to be relevant. We just won't know. Chances are he'll outlive the victim's parents. Could happen. Karen said maybe he really is an incel. Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he is. I don't know if we'll ever know the answer to that question or not. So Rabbit Hole Survivor said, here, you read that one. Kelly, do you see that one? Oh, no, I got it. Never mind.
Which one?
Where I live, we have a shortage of Vyvanse. Yes. The real shortage started with Adderall. Yes. Adderall is a very, very, very abused drug. My oldest son was addicted to Adderall, and I think it's actually had an adverse effect on his psyche, period. Mm-hmm. Very addictive. So parents, you think you getting your kids on Adderall is a good thing? You better rethink it, because a lot of times they're actually scamming you because they're selling the Adderall to their friends. Mm-hmm. Adderall is not a good drug unless it's strictly monitored. It is not a fix-all. Adderall is dangerous, and it's one of the most abused drugs there is. People think, oh, it's Adderall. It's for kids. It's for ADHD, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no. Far deeper than that. My son was so addicted to it. He called me one day. I'm seeing colors in the trees, Dad. You have no. And he is on it. Talking like 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. I have a nephew.
Adderall is not a good drug.
I have a nephew.
Now, there are people that have success stories, but it's very much abused, especially in college kids that have to study.
Yeah.
BK couldn't get laid in a whorehouse. Oh, Rachel, you kill me. Moonlight Betty from Oral Street. That was the story I told y'all. Black Austin, he sure was a shady individual. I hope he can find the Lord and repent for the sacrifices that he committed. Yeah. He can repent all he wants. Doesn't change what happened. I agree with you, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know what parents I would believe, which parents I believe would probably shy away from the death penalty is Ethan's parents.
Yeah.
Out of all the parents, I think that his parents may not be for it. I can't say that for a fact. I'm just basing on the type of people they seem to be.
I think they're just pouring their time into taking care for Ethan's siblings and not wanting to give any energy to Brian Kohlberger.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just everybody has their own way of coping, you know. I know what it was like when my brother died. He was a twin, and my sister, you know, she was beside herself. I just can't imagine being a triplet and losing one in such a horrific way. None of these kids deserved any of this.
Well, no one would deserve it. No one.
No,
Doesn't matter. I mean,
course
no one would deserve anything like this happening to them.
no. It's some people act, you know, some of these nefarious people, they act like the survivors should have been unalived as well. It's just so disgusting.
Tigger said a lot of these crimes are sexual in nature. Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm. The
And you
knife
have
could have
to,
been an appendage.
you know, and I'm not saying this for a fact, but there's been testimony that BK
Mhm.
didn't care for women too much. He thought they were beneath him. That was testimony that I heard from someone, a witness, a friend or something, that he
Speaking of which,
belittled women. And if one of these girls at any point disrespected him,
in his mind, yeah.
that could have sent him off the deep end. Because I could see, I'm not saying either one of them are nasty like that, but I could see Maddie or Kaylee saying back off, creep, or something like that. Or, you know, if he was hit on, I could see him. I could see Maddie doing it 100%. Because I watched her demeanor at the food truck. And if you watched her demeanor at the food truck, you would see, even though she was inebriated, she came pushing her way through a crowd and didn't even say, excuse me.
Yeah.
She was like, get out of my way, you know.
She was pretty
Now,
lit.
a lot of people are like that, and I'm not saying anything about Maddie, but I'm just saying she is a very confident person, and somebody like BK doesn't like women like that. And if she exerted her confidence in any way toward him,
yeah,
you know, could be motive.
Kaylee too. She was kind of like the mother hen.
And Kaylee, I refer to as a mother hen. At least that night. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know either one of them, but that night and watching the video,
she was taking care of everything. Yeah.
She was had it together.
Yeah. I kind of wonder, you know, John, we haven't really heard anything. I mean, we got the letter to Dad, and, you know, Dad flies out and everything, but we don't hear anything about Mom and what the relationship might have been.
Yeah, we don't know anything about the dynamic, really. I would really,
yeah,
you know, like to hear from one of his sisters. I think, to be honest with you, I think one of his sisters turned him in. I really do. Death Valley Tiger said his crimes have some similar connections to BTK and the people that were killed, Snake River Killer. Funny you should mention that, because we actually have something special planned. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but my team is working on it. So won't be this week, but in fact, I have a tournament this weekend, so I'm not going to be around Saturday. We're going to do a show Thursday, but Saturday I'll be out and about. So I will not be doing a show this weekend. But listen, you guys, I love all of the activity on a community page. I think it's blowing everyone away. Everyone. You go look at any of these other creators' community pages and you don't see diddly. Look at our community page. It's amazing. I mean, there's like 300, 400, 500 comments on one little, you know, community post I've done.
Yeah. I love.
I haven't even looked at the one I did this morning, but before this show, it had over 100, and I just did it.
Yeah.
So rather than having a Discord,
yeah,
which I think is absolutely detrimental to a show.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a community page and utilize what YouTube has provided us, or
Yeah.
what StreamYard has provided us. We have a community page. Let's use it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the
I
point
agree.
that you get in there and you start cursing, or you start, taking things personal and insulting people, I'll have to give you the boot. I won't
Yeah.
allow that. The community page is just that. If
We
y'all
want
want
to
to
keep it
talk
a
about
safe
personal
space
stuff,
for our subscribers. Yeah.
yeah, I don't. I think that it's entertaining throughout the day. People get in there and they talk, they laugh, they bounce things off of each other. I
Mm-hmm.
think, it's not used in any other show that I've seen. We use it. I'm on there all the time. I post things. I ask questions. I answer questions. It's if you see that I'm not answering questions, it's because I'm busy and I'm working. But usually at nighttime, I take the time to go over
Yeah.
this stuff.
I love
So
being able to
use it.
communicate when we're
And
not
you know
live.
what? Kelly is always on,
Mm-hmm.
not always, but most of the time she's on.
Yeah, I'm
Ma-
always
you
checking
know,
my phone at least.
Mindy's on, Patty's on, Diane's on, Rachel's on, whenever she can be,
Everybody.
and J Lord's on. I mean, those two individuals are a world of knowledge, and
Yeah.
I love that they're a part of this team now, and I can't wait. I can't wait to have them on panel. They're going to be so much fun. So Thursday night, if everything works out, y'all, we're going to have J Lord and Truth Exposed on the
Yeah.
show.
I love it. Can't
Let's
wait.
see.
Is it Thursday yet?
Yeah, John doesn't trust me when I'm peeling apples. No,
Oh, you're way back there
Ra-
in the chat. Holy cow.
Rachel, I'm never going to turn my back on you. I promise you.
What timestamp are you on?
Let's see. Sophie's mom too. Don't mess with a Southern woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say no. Y'all get to know. You'll get to know old Rachel. Telling you, she's a hoot. I'm not kidding you. I was driving back from Orlando. I was about to piss my pants. I was laughing so hard. Let's see. So Bella says, I think, Bella, you're a pharmacist, right? If I remember right. So Pavulon and potassium is used in most states. Potassium stops the heart, if I remember right. Pavulon is kind of the takes the edge off, kind of a painkiller.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right? And some
think
states
so.
use different drugs, but the same effect. Right. Did you find anything looking that up, Kelly?
Yeah, but they're
Shortage,
really old
death
articles.
penalty states are having a shortage of drugs or whatever you want to use.
Yeah, but that's like way back in 2010 and 2013 that I'm finding that. I'm not finding anything really recent. I think it's just the suppliers now.
Yeah, they're against the DP, so they're not going to provide the drugs. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
read. Lisa said, I worked
Yeah.
with a nurse for 8 years. She's sitting in prison right now for killing 8 veterans with a VAMC with insulin. Yeah, that was very common. There's been many that have done that. There's actually a movie that I just watched out where a male nurse did that. I forget the name of it. Ted did, but Ted would never talk about Kimberly Leach. Kimberly Leach was the juvenile because that would make him a pedophile. And Ted looked down on pedophilia. Ain't that some blank? Yep.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
wrap
just
it up.
reading this. It's really now it's mostly just what you said.
Well, if you look at why Idaho went, why they passed the firing squad, it actually talks about the reason
Yeah,
why. And everyone needs to know that that doesn't mean that BK is going to be, his DP is going to be by firing squad. It's only going to be by firing squad if they can't get the drugs. If
yeah,
they can get the
exactly.
drugs, then they'll use the drugs. But if they can't, they have to have an alternative method, and that is the firing squad. A lot of people think that that's it. He's going to die by lead poisoning. No, only if they can't get the drugs. So Tori Montoya says, I never understood how a year later, no new evidence and no trial yet, how to mess with a person still do a 6-hour live unless they're gifting at this point. Thank you all you do, DJ. Sorry, there's a language barrier there a little bit. I think what you're saying, you don't understand how a year later and there's no new evidence. Well, Tori, there's no new evidence that you know of or any of us know of because there's a gag order. So at the point that the judge issued the gag order, nothing was allowed to be discussed about the case unless it was in a hearing, suppression hearing, what have you, in trial.
Yeah.
And so they do the gag orders because they want to protect the integrity of the jury pool, because I don't want all the evidence out there because, in the grand scheme of things, Idaho is a big state, but it's not very populated. There's not a lot of people in Idaho. So it would be very hard if all the evidence was out there to find a jury pool with this high of a profile of a case that no one knew about the case. Now, you can know about the case. That doesn't disqualify you from being on the jury, but you have to answer questions, about whether you're prejudiced towards this or that, your feelings on this or that. But it's going to be hard to find a jury pool that doesn't know anything about this case, period. Now they can actually find a jury pool that if they do know about the case, they don't know any of the evidence. So it's going to protect the integrity of the process. That's the thought behind it. And I'm sticking to that theory, but that's why, I know you think there's no more evidence, but the fact is you're not hearing about any evidence because they're not releasing any evidence because they're not allowed to. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah. That's
awesome. Tigger, I love this show, Detective John. I like this better. You were so smart. Didn't I just read that?
Yeah, you're way up there. You need to get.
How did it get way back up there, though? I pulled it down.
Hit the little blue arrow, and it'll go to the current.
I'm doing it, and it's stopping and going, and stopping and going. It's crazy. Sophie's mom, too, said, I think we will have a really hard time getting a jury who hasn't heard some of the BS. You're right. You're right. I mean, who's covered this case more? Social media or Main Street media?
Social media.
Social media by far.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. And this is why I'm so against the lies being spewed out there, because I think it's going to affect some jurors. So Amy, you sent in stuff about your 19-year-old son. Okay, I'll look at it, and I'll CC Kelly on it too. Unless Kelly sent out her email, I don't know that you did, Kelly. So Amy sent out stuff about her missing son. But yeah, send me the stuff and we'll look at it. Thank you, Mindy, for posting my email. All right, I'm at the bottom. Imagine that. I think we might be losing some people. They're probably a little bored now. Biology 101, I don't blame you one bit. Whose Discord was it? If you don't mind me asking, I'd like to say, wow, it's moving fast. I can't read. I like to stay far away from bullies. Well, true crime, I've been called a bully. I'm a bully according to all these other people because I stand up to them and I challenge what they say. I'm a bully. I've been called a lot of things. I can tell you this much: if you don't want to be attacked, don't start a podcast, because people will come at you from all directions. I got an email doxing me, telling me where my kids go to school, what my daughter's Snapchat is, all this stuff, pictures of my kids and family. Like that's, I'm supposed to be scared. Does it concern me? Well, I do carry. So if anyone tries anything, they're probably going to regret it pretty quickly. And I'm trained, so I'm not going to miss. Yeah, Tigger, I don't watch the news. I mean, I don't the only I don't even have cable. I watch YouTube. That's it. And I get all my stuff off of YouTube. I even watch movies off of YouTube. I've got Netflix. I haven't had cable in years. Because it just pisses me off usually to watch some of these networks spew the lies they spew. I think that people, when they report, it should be unbiased reporting. That should be it. There's a difference between a reporter and a commentator, just so you all know. People think these commentators that are on these shows on the mainstream medias are reporters. They're not. They're just commentators. They're directing a point of view. Not unlike what's going on here. Robert Belt says, I sat on a jury for a murder trial years ago, and the amount of evidence that came out in court compared to what we all knew before the trial, it's amazing how much they held close to the vest. You're absolutely right. There is so much evidence in this case. I promise you all. What was in that PCA is like 0.02% of the evidence. Mindy said DJ is not a bully at all. People swear I am now. You wouldn't believe the people that tried to report me for being a bully. They all got denied. Every single one. He's a bully. He's a bully. They tried. One show had the entire everybody tried to report me for bullying. YouTube's like, that's not a violation. What he's doing is not bullying. There are a lot of farmers and loggers in the area that think the only news to watch is the weather report. I think they can find a jury. Good point. Good point. In that area, in that demographic, you're right, PKC. You probably are right. And you know what? I didn't even think about that. So, but that's a great point, because there are a lot of people that live off the grid. They don't watch the news except for the weather reports, like you said. It's a great point. Bella said, no way, bully. No way a bully, yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it though, man. I'm telling you, everyone go on them shows, they say he's a bully, he's this, he's that. Why does that make me a bully?
It doesn't.
Or I'm not a Christian. Why am I not a Christian? I'm not a Christian because I use what they say against them, or what they do, I do the same
Mhm.
thing to drive a point.
Mhm.
Because a lot of these shows continually crack on people. Lana, for example, she cracks on everyone. That's a
Yeah.
show that needs to go bye-bye.
Mhm.
And I got something working, so we'll see how much longer she lasts.
Yep.
That's in my opinion, that's the worst show ever that I've seen. She is absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
And for her to have a
Disgusting.
platform and all of the emails and the disdain that I see about that
Mhm.
lady, how can she even sleep knowing that that many people hate her? I mean, absolutely. And I hate to use that word, but that woman is despised by many. And I hate to say it, and I'm not going to even say it because it'll get blown out of proportion. So I'm not going to say it. Let's just say if something ever did happen to somebody that acted the way she acted, there'd be a lot of suspects. A
Yeah.
lot. That's just
She's
anybody that
hurt a
acts
lot of
that way.
people. She's hurt a lot of people.
That'd be a tough case to crack.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm so glad you
Truth
came
exposes,
live.
I'm not a bully, kind of like Eminem.
I really enjoy, the conversation, like-minded people. You guys restore my faith in humanity. Every time I see good stuff, it's like I'm an empath, a deep empath. I absorb other people's feelings, so give me good vibes.
Right. And there's this one guy, peace and prosperity, and what is it?
Oh,
P
CJ.
PPP. Peace. I'm about peace, prosperity, and blah blah.
As he forwards conspiracy theories, like it
Yeah.
just blows my mind.
And then he'll go over to Harsh and kiss his ass.
Yeah, he loves him some Harsh.
One of the worst in this entire true crime community,
Yeah,
Harsh,
Harsh.
is one of the worst
Mhm.
ever.
Yep.
And CJ spews that he's about peace, prosperity, and what's the other P? The 3 P's. I don't know. It's
Peace,
ridiculous.
prosperity, and it's failing me now. I don't know. PPP. That's all I know.
Kimball XYZ2 said, "Can you remember back when the news anchors gave the news and we did not know their views or politics?" Wow. I would have to go back to like 1978, as far back as I can remember.
Mhm.
It's definitely, you definitely made a great point there, because I don't think that's a place for the news to partake in any of that stuff.
Mhm.
Spew the news. That's what we want to hear. I don't care what your political views are.
Yeah.
I want to watch the news. You can't go on the news without having something about
Oh,
so
Lord
and
help
so and
us.
so and so and the hearings and the trials and do I
It's
care?
endless.
I don't care about that crap.
I don't either. It's not the issues that we face. It's just a big facade. Let's talk about all the senior citizens that are becoming homeless because they can't afford housing. It's horrible.
It is crazy.
Mhm.
I'm floored at how much stuff costs today. I don't know how people are doing it. I really don't. I mean,
Everything is like a
it's
minimum of
tough today.
$5 now.
What's that?
Everything is like a minimum. It's like the lowest price is
Well,
$5.
even Dollar Tree is no longer a dollar. It's
Right,
$1.25 now.
right.
They're having to
The
change
same
their
99.
all their end caps and everything to reflect it's not a dollar anymore. It's $1.25.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things we need to work on, y'all. But I'll have another show and we'll cover stuff like that. Well, it'll be away from true crime, and we're going to talk about political stuff, and it's going to be an open forum. Both sides can talk. Both sides can yell at each other, whatever they want to do within respect. And I'll be the moderator. Ding ding. It's going to be fun. Black Austin said,
here.
I used to be homeless, Detective John. You know what, man?
I was homeless.
I'll let you come on here and tell your story one day. Love to hear it.
He's from Wisconsin.
Obviously,
too.
you're not now, so there's some kind of a success story, right?
Yeah. He's a survivor.
J-Lord said, "Hey guys, you were live."
Yeah.
Where you been, J-Lord? You're supposed to call me last night. Never got that phone call. You dissed me. What's up? I waited up till like midnight. Where's my call from J-Lord? I know you had some stuff going on, but don't worry about it. Just want to make sure you're good for Thursday.
Offline, we have so much fun. The whole team. It's such a great time. Yeah. Biology's still here.
Summer said this was fantastic this afternoon. Really enjoyed this. It was, you know, wasn't planned. I just, you know, the other night when we had the show and at the end I said the show was officially over. What did we go, like 3 more hours?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, when the show was over, we just sat and talked for 3 more hours. It was crazy. Crazy. Yeah. And I felt like, you know what? That's what people want.
Yeah.
You know?
Conversation and like common sense, you know? It's really
Midwest
nice.
Beanie said I unsubbed for Lana when she said Watts was innocent. Last straw.
Oh yeah, well, that was horrible.
I'm surprised it took you that long.
Well, Watts was a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That's one person that I haven't worked on lately, but I think I'm gonna have to delve back into old Lana again. You know what I want? Listen up. We have not had time. And what was the nurse's name
Cynthia.
that she doxed? Her name was Cynthia.
Mm-hmm.
I want somebody to get me. I've got some of her information. I reached out to her. I thought I had her, but it turned out not to be her. But I need to get her info. She's a nurse that Lana doxed because she needs to sue the piss out of Lana. Mm-hmm. She may not know what's going on. Like I said, I thought I had her locked down, and I actually said that I sent her a message, but it was not her.
That was absolutely awful what she did.
Do you know that lady actually got a FOIA request, pulled up the noise complaint reports, found the lady's name that filed a noise complaint, and then doxed her entire family. She was involved in a car accident involving a bicyclist and she implied in a roundabout way that she had been drinking, and that never happened. That was not the case. Nothing like that. The one that was drinking was the bicyclist. Mm-hmm. So she said this woman's name, said where she worked, which is why I thought I had found her, and I haven't tried since. But I need somebody to find that lady's info for me so we can reach out to her and potentially have her on the show, it would be great, because she, from what I understand, is probably wealthy woman. She's going to go after it. If it was me, I would own Lana for doing that. That would be it. And YouTube would end her show. But the complaint needs to come from her, not from me. But I'm very close to ending Lana, but I need more. So anybody out there that can find that lady's info and send it to me at detectivejohn68@gmail, I much appreciate it. Somebody has to know. And I have not looked very hard because I've had so many other projects. But she is a horrible, 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 horrible person. That's right, Lana Oriani, or Orleani, or whatever your name is. You are a despicable excuse for a human being. And I hope that little battle you're going through with your child, I hope you lose. Allegedly.
J Lord said Christine is her first name. I might have believed
Yeah.
it. I'm so horrible with names. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
We'd have to go back and look.
I don't mean to mess up names.
J Lord said, "What did I miss?" Nothing. We just had basically an opportunity. I was bored. It was raining all day. I couldn't work. So I said, Kelly, I'm feeling like I should do a live.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Just bring it out and let people chat and talk about some theories and explain some things that have happened. That's basically it. Nothing earth-shattering. But it's given me a chance to connect with some of these wonderful people in here. Again, if I can get you guys, if you haven't, please like and subscribe if you haven't. Helps get the algorithm out there, helps us get out there in front of anyone that goes in and wants to watch anything on true crime. They type in true crime and we'll pop up. I think YouTube is really digging the engagement that we have. Because I've got some really cool commercials attached to the show now, and they're not short, cheap commercials. They're these are people that pay big bucks to be a part of YouTube, and there's some great commercials on there. Yep, Bella, groceries are going up every week. It's insane. Oh, Kelly D, the elderly break my heart.
Man, you are way back there.
I need to go down.
Yeah.
I know I'm slow, y'all.
Are you on the StreamYard chat or the YouTube chat?
StreamYard chat.
There's not. I was looking to see if there was a button to go all the way down to the bottom. Sybil Bergeron. Hopefully I said that right. John.
Robert Belt. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
John, you are, and Kel and team are doing the best thing that can ever happen right now. Thank you so much.
Yes,
I'm glad
thank
that
you.
You guys see what we're trying to do. We really are trying to right the wrongs.
Robert Belt said, "That's exactly how I caught you today. It was raining here too, and I was just browsing around."
That's awesome.
Well, thank you. Well, hopefully you subscribed, Robert. If you subscribe, please say, yeah, yay, thumbs up. I subscribed and like the show. So that's how we get out here.
Yeah.
DJ is dragging up the rear. Yeah. I'm holding it up. I got to get my steps down.
Yeah. Yeah, Diane, the channels, the people here are so great. I really appreciate you guys. I look forward to talking to you guys. I enjoy the comments in the community page.
Thank you, Tigger. Donna Wheeler said it's raining here too in Louisiana. Yeah, I'm in the Daytona
Yeah.
Beach area. It's been raining for the past couple days. Must be a front. Again, I haven't even hardly looked at the news, to be honest with you. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, is it gonna rain today? I asked Siri, and she's like, oh, 50% chance. And what I do, I can't work in the rain. So,
Yeah.
and it's rained all night last night.
Mm.
Truth said anal oral
Oral
on me.
on me.
Anal oral on me. Oh my gosh. You kill me, girl.
I love Ladle's donut. The donut icon on
We're
Ladle.
gonna have to be careful. I'm telling you, we're gonna have to be careful with her. She's gonna get me in trouble.
She's such a hoot. I love talking to her.
Bella said, oh my word. Rabbit Hole's losing his mind laughing. I don't know if Rabbit Hole's a guy or a girl. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh man.
Oh gosh.
Donna Wheeler said this was a nice surprise. It was. It was just kind of
Yeah.
we've had over 200 in here. That's pretty good. We got like 150 in here right now. That's pretty good for an unannounced show. We just come out here and let's talk.
Yeah, we have to do
And
the membership.
so y'all know my content, okay? My content is not going to be attack these lies. It's not going to be about that. There's a reason why I've done what I've done, and I've thought long and hard about it, and we won't ever stop. I can tell you that much, but that's not going to be our content all the time. We're going to cover true crime. You're going to get me and my knowledge and analyzing cases. We're going to cover other cases. But right now, I felt like it was important that we address these horrible creators. And some of these creators, actually one in particular, and I gave him props earlier, I think I've actually had an impact on him because he's saying all the right stuff right now. We can't be acting like we used to act. We got to be responsible. We got to think about these families. He's apologized profusely for the content that he's put out there, and he swears up and down that he's never going to do it again. I don't have any reason not to believe him because I don't personally know him. I'm hoping that he's telling the truth. And if he's telling the truth, then I'll support you 100%, Dago. You want to be responsible. If you want to entertain potential, theories and cases, that's fine. Just not vampires and cannibals.
No kidding.
Things like that. Those are the type of things that are crazy and distasteful to me.
And I also think that his subscribers, the good people, are really putting pressure on him, which I think makes a big difference.
Well, they are, and we witnessed it, and I called one of them out. I not called her out in a bad way, but I said, look what you said. You're right. You're the only one on his whole darn show that has any credibility as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. They hate you, but that's okay.
Yeah, they could. I don't care.
I don't care.
You can hate me for what I do and what I say. I don't care. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. All you know is I got balls and I'm going to stand up for what's right. And that's all you need to know. And I won't stop. I will not stop. The more outlandish you get, the more I'm going to come at you. And this coalition that we're building, I'll tell you what, they're good people and they're strong and they're smart. And a lot of them have been keeping their mouths shut for a long time. And they've just waited for the opportunity to jump on somebody else's coattails and help them out. And I'll be the coattails. I'll wear those coattails all day. I will fall on the sword to shut you idiots up.
Yep.
Or re-victimizing victims, putting targets on innocent kids.
Yes.
Is what Mother of Cycle Breakers said.
It's
That's
true.
right.
It's absolutely
Sophie's
true.
mom said they blocked her in chat. You know what's funny? If you go to my chat, you'll see all kinds of people talking smack about me. I talk it right back. Like, yeah, thank you. Appreciate your comments. I don't delete them until they get
overboard,
really abusive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll tell them why I'm deleting them, and I'll delete them and I snapshot it. So if it ever comes up, oh yeah, here's why you were deleted, Rock Chalk.
Yep.
I mean, I let that lady talk for hours, come in and insult me time and time and time and time and time again. Didn't delete her. You know where I deleted her from? Deleted her from my community page, not from the show. I don't think we deleted her from the show, did we? Went to the community page.
It's blanket.
Chat.
When you're hidden, no one can
Oh no,
see
she's
you.
out now, but it wasn't from being on a show. I don't think I deleted her from the show. I think I deleted her, and I might be wrong. Doesn't really matter.
Someone might have.
She's gone bye-bye, and she's actually made a whole stink about Detective John ban me for life.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! She's happy about it. Well, that's what you wanted.
Literally,
so you got it.
They literally come in and disrupt the chat with their explosive, crazy comments, and it's all so that they can get banned and go and say, "I got banned."
Yeah, it's like their mission is
That's
to get
stupid.
banned.
It's like
Joe
not even
Lookin,
high school, so that's like grade school.
Joe Lookin is new. I haven't seen that name. Hopefully you've subscribed, Joe, and you've liked Joe Lookin. J-Lord at J-Lord. That Tommy guy was acting like the girl told the whole world they all knew before the cops were called. Is he talking about Kim? Or is he talking about one of the survivors?
I think
he's talking about one of the survivors.
Well,
Dylan, probably.
I heard, I didn't watch it, but I heard last night that he was slamming the kids that were speaking at the vigil.
Yeah, that guy, y'all.
Disgusting.
Do not go over there and like and subscribe because you feel like you need to watch. But that guy right there, Tommy Jude or whatever his name is, he is out there.
Serious.
He is the worst right now. I think he's even worse than Lana, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone lose their ish like that.
Because he's slap dab crazy, in my opinion. He threatened a judge. Oh, I still keep forgetting to pull that clip.
Yeah.
I have it, but I need to send it. You have it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's outrageous. And I'll send it to you.
Yeah, keep it because we need to send that into YouTube and get him struck. You don't threaten a sitting circuit court judge. Who the hell does he think he is? That is a federal offense, by the way.
I'm just reading this comment from Amy. The original Dago titanium built drama was because he told the truth. And then when she called him out, he claimed he wasn't paying attention and she took it out of context. Which was it? Right.
Yeah. That she you're talking about,
not
the person y'all think she is. In fact, I was just again talking to somebody today about, it's funny
it's funny when the truth comes out.
Find out about people that are fake. You guys are all buying her BS. Yeah,
No,
she ain't the person. I'm not saying any names, but she
no,
definitely
our
isn't the
subs are
person
smart.
y'all think she is because I've got the receipts and they're still being sent
Yeah,
to me. She actually
yeah.
said she would like to punch Kelly in the throat punch her.
She did.
Kelly, oh yeah, I've got it. She
Come
wants to
on, baby.
she wants to throat punch you. Yeah. Does
Yeah.
that sound like the nice
Should I
person
should
that
I
you
tell you
all?
what should I tell you what happened when my brother throat punched me?
No, we're not going to get into
I
it.
took him to the ground, you know? So go
I
ahead.
believe it.
What?
I
What?
believe it.
Nutty. Really? She's just showing her true colors now.
Oh, she's
Fine
been
with
showing
me.
her true colors
But she
apparently.
has. She has.
When
She's
she
losing it.
apparently in their whatever Discord or whatever they're in, I don't know, but yeah, she's got some pretty dark colors.
Mm-hmm.
She's pretty dark at times apparently. She's not that sweet person y'all think she is. Plus she's got a little bit of a history, doesn't she, Kelly? Whoop.
She does.
Wait, that lock that up. Throw it away.
It's gonna come out
Oh
in due
yeah.
time.
Keep it up, big mouth.
Yeah.
She actually
Bring
allowed
it.
Dago to run with a story that I for everybody that doesn't know, this other creator, I'm not going to say her name because she's not worth it. I don't want to get her any clicks because she's disgusting to me. But
Mm-hmm.
she actually allowed Dago to run with a whole show saying that I insulted her looks, I made fun of her, I did all this stuff. Never, ever, ever did I insult her looks or anything about her appearance or anything about her physical appearance, period, ever. I sent her an email. So look, you know that I didn't. She acknowledged that I didn't. Yet I said, you need to address that. No, because she gets to be a victim now. And she got some of his clicks. So this is about clicks and subs coming over from another show based on a lie to get her subscribers. Oh, yeah. So those of you that like that person, and I'm not going to say her name right now, you don't know her. She's fake. And she's a liar.
Yep.
Right now, she's low on my list. But she's starting to piss me off. I can tell you that much. Just based on what I've been hearing. So
No, she's not too
keep it
smart.
up.
I mean, why in the
Keep it up.
world would she threaten physical violence? That's
Yeah.
their
Punch.
go-to.
She wants to throat punch you, Kelly.
What the hell did I ever do to that woman?
You question
Try to
her.
tell her
You
the
don't
truth.
question her. You
Yeah.
actually were absolutely 100% right. But
Yep.
she didn't like the fact that you questioned her when she was wrong.
Exactly. And the
You don't
irony
do
is,
that. You don't do that to the dictator on her own show.
man, oh man. I hate that I supported her, but you live and learn.
And you did support her.
I did,
I
big
supported
time.
her. I thought she
Mhm.
was sweet. Pff. Then she comes onto my show when I talk about the potential that the girls wanted to sleep and they locked the dog in the other bedroom. And who does that? Why would you suggest that? A lot of people do that, lady. Are you not living in the real world? You got a puppy. You want to sleep? You have a kennel or a crate in the other room. The dog is crate trained. You put the dog in the crate and you go to sleep. That's a crime, according to her. And then I do my video on the K-bar knife. That's not a K-bar knife. No shit. Excuse my French. Never said it was. The one that I had in there was, but then we moved on to another one showing what a knife of that size could do for damage. That's not a K-bar, like trying to discredit me. What? Who the hell do you think you are, lady? Go back to selling your clothes because you suck at this. Sorry. Anyway,
Tanya says I have a federal offense.
you have a federal offense? Do what?
I didn't even have a traffic ticket. For fuck's sake.
Tanya says
Who
you have a
knows?
federal offense.
I guess.
She in here right now?
No.
I know you're under anonymous, Tanya. I know who you are. You keep trying to come in under fake names. You disgusting. You got a federal offense? Oh, I guess I got a vet Kelly. She's got a federal offense.
You already
You better
did.
you better tell me now, Kelly. Felonious.
Well, let's see.
You know what you all don't
Pick
know
some
about
up.
Kelly? You know she's actually run for office, and I have a video of her. It would blow your mind, giving a speech in front of thousands of people. None of you know anything about Kelly. She is a very, very, very smart person, and she is very passionate. She went up against a governor of the state of Wisconsin.
Speaker of the House.
Speaker of the House. Was it speaker or was he governor? I thought he was governor.
He's speaker. No,
speaker.
The governor was Walker.
Yeah, you went against him.
No, I ran against the Speaker of the House.
Oh, you ran against but you went up against the governor. From what I watched, you were challenging the governor.
Oh yeah, I challenged the governor big time
on some healthcare stuff.
Oh yeah, because of the healthcare.
It was very impressive. She had people chanting her name. I mean,
it was a
this lady right
experience.
here. This lady right here, I'm telling you. So don't underestimate old Kelly, because she's a badass. I promise you. This team is amazing. I've got some great people on this team. I've got a lot of diversity. I've got 2 retired school teachers, one of which is a biology maniac. She knows everything there is to know. She knows about DNA. She's gonna, when the time's right, she's gonna be presenting all of her stuff. Liz W, thank you. John's show equals John's rules. Well, yeah, I guess. Thank you though, Liz.
We really try to be inclusive,
Lannel says a true spokeswoman like Trump. Yeah. We're not getting into any political stuff on this channel. I don't care what political affiliation you are, everyone. Right. I don't care. Don't care, so don't bring it up. You're not going to bait me into saying anything. No. I'll tell you what I believe in. I believe in justice, and I believe in law enforcement. I believe in the process, and I do believe in the Constitution. I don't care about any of that other crap. I do care about it, but I don't care to discuss it with any of you. It's none of your business, and your political affiliation is none of my business. That's not what this show is about. I will have a show that we will discuss that, and you probably will know my political thoughts, but it won't be here. So anyway, Bella says, amen.
No, and my speech was more about, it was about healthcare options and advocacy. It wasn't really about politics.
Right. But anyway,
yeah.
Kelly is, don't think that you can mess with Kelly, because she's very smart.
I've been through a lot.
She's very,
learned a lot.
Very sweet too, and she's had a lot of life experiences, that she is going to talk about one day when she wants to.
Yeah.
Because I feel like her life experiences could help someone.
Yeah. I've always used my own experiences to try to help other people.
And you noticed on my logo, there's a brain, and that brain is representing mental health. We're going to have shows about mental health. Yeah. We've got a lot of things planned, y'all. And I don't want you to think that it's going to be Detective John going after, whoever. That's not what it's all about. We're going to be very well rounded. It's just right now that's the direction we need to be in, I think, because my goal is I can't stop them. There's no way I can stop them, but I can make them think. And people like you can put the pressure on them. I think it's working because several, actually 3 are off the top of my head, have actually made comments post my shows about them saying that they need to make changes. They'll never give me credit, but just so you know, it's working. All right, so we're going to get rid of old 6 Up because 6 Up just doesn't get the clue. See, I let them stay, and old 6 Up just doesn't get the clue. So bye-bye 6 Up, and you might want to check that again. They're gone. You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Looks like he put another one up. Just shows what a loser he is. That's all right. That one will get taken down too. Just more ammo for the lawyers. I mean, it's time these people, they think they can say anything and get away with it. There's got to be some consequences in this time. I'm so sick of this whole BS about you being a stalker and not really a cop and all this shit. You have proved over and over and over again. And enough is enough. There's consequences for this crap.
Yeah, I agree with you, Amy. Truth Teller, I believe it was Lana too. Yeah, we've been talking about that. I haven't looked at the IPs yet, but it's easy to find that stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Could be Rock Chalk too. She's a loser.
Right.
But she's given up so much money in super chats and crap that she can't possibly admit that she's wrong because she would be losing a ton of money.
Yep. Well, we're going on.
And Jeff knows that he knows those are lies, and yet he's still forwarding them. So Christian of him, right?
Yeah, well.
He's a loser.
We'll handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Truth Exposed, she wanted, and J Lord something fierce. Truth Exposed, she wanted you and J Lord something fierce. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's going to get us. For sure. For sure. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, we'll be.
What
is his whole family going to be in on the lie? Like, really?
We can now say that with certainty Detective John was an actual law enforcement officer. Yeah, I hope so.
It's really getting old having to.
I think that was pretty ridiculous. Anybody thinking that I was never involved in law enforcement. I mean, I do think I know a lot.
You do.
For someone that supposedly never wore a badge or was faked or bought his uniform at Walmart or stole his badges or whatever they were alleging.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, they are still stuck there. It's ignorance.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not giving them any clicks.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up. I think Rita just got here and I can smell dinner and I'm starving to death.
Make sure and tell Rita I said hello.
I will. Any famous last words?
I appreciate our subscribers so much. I love it. And I love that we can go to the community bar and still continue to talk even when we're not live. It's awesome.
Right.
And I can't wait till Thursday. Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be a good show.
Let's see. All right. Well, y'all, I want you to have a
Yeah.
great night, and I appreciate everyone that came in on a last minute announcement just to sit and chat for a while. And we'll do more of that. And I think we've got a lot to talk about.
Mhm.
You know, I think we need to all, you know, we know the who. I think you all know the who.
Yeah.
We know the what, we know the where, we know the when. We just don't know the why. And if we want to opine on the why, I think we should. Will we ever know if our thoughts are correct? Don't know, unless he takes a plea and tells us, which I doubt will happen. But we should talk about it.
Yeah, I don't see him taking a plea.
So Thursday night, sometime between 8 and 9. I haven't decided yet. But we're going to have J Lord and Truth Exposed on panel. It's going to be a riot.
I can't wait. Probably have to mute myself. I'll be laughing so much.
We're looking forward to that. And I want y'all to get to know, most of you already know those two. You just know them from chat. But let's see what's J Lord saying. It's only 7 p.m., y'all.
What are we going to do now? Recon.
All right. Well, I'm wore out. Y'all got me in there for 4 hours, and
great. It was a great time talking about the case. You know, I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed everyone. I don't always get to reply to everyone, but I really appreciate your comments. We have an engaged audience.
We're gonna do an open forum one night too, or I'll have people come in, give them some time. Yeah. The phone call thing is weird. For some reason, I can't have people on panel and do calls at the same time, and everybody has that same problem, I think.
Yeah, with StreamYard. Yeah.
With StreamYard, I don't know, something they need to fix on their end, but that's really what I would like to do. But maybe there's a fix. I don't know. If anybody does know, let me know. DetectiveJohn68@gmail.com. But anyway, I want to say good night to everyone. Have a great night, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you so much for being here.
Bye, y'all.
It's a great time.